Well, a very good afternoon and welcome to the Masse Club in Pukekohe for the summer edition of the Sunday night shootout. It is a 9-ball format for the best men and women in the country early on in the year. But first up, something very, very special, an exhibition match between two of New Zealand's leading women's players. We've got young Alexandra Andres taking on Kimberly Cullen. Kimberly Cullen heading off to the World Championships looking for some much needed match practice. With the spotlights, with the television cameras, it'll be the first of 4 frames. Now, as we do here at the Masse Club, we have the man they simply call the Professor sitting alongside of me, Jimmy Henry. Jimmy, good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. It's great to be back, and we've got a good match coming up and some good matches later.
Well, we'll welcome both of our players to the table in Kimberly Cullen and Alexandria Andres. And Jimmy, while they determine who's ultimately going to end up break, tell us a little bit about Kimberly Cullen, what the next couple of weeks looks like for her.
Oh, it looks real exciting, tough, and, something to look forward to for her, especially going over to Atlanta, the ladies' World 9-ball, so she'll be really looking forward to that.
Yeah, and she's going to take on Alexandra Andres, who almost caused one of the great upsets yesterday. Had Marco Toisha on the rack in the first of 4 frames. Was almost knocked out the number 23 in the world, led that by 3 frames to 1, and just maybe felt the pressure a little bit in that really important 5th frame.
Yeah, I watched the match, and she really played well. It's the best I've seen her play, and she deserved to get there. She played all the good shots to finish the games off, and she got 2 opportunities to beat him. She was up 3-1 at one stage, race to 4. Anybody can get beaten.
Yeah, just 18 years of age too, so certainly will be a lot more better off for the experience. She does get the break, Andres. Of course, it's the only one format of Q Sports where you're allowed flukes. It's a simple format, sink the balls in order, 1 through 9. Whoever sinks the 9 ball ends up winning the game. Of course, you can sink the 9 ball going for a 2 or a 3 or a 4. You just must be playing the lowest ball on the table first.
Kimberly at the table, a lot of experience.
Yeah, great first up. Ooh, just kisses the pocket. Thought she might have just done enough to be able to just provide that little in-off.
Yeah, Kimberly's fairly new to 9-ball, but she's very experienced in all other Q sports, snooker, English 8-ball, which is the Cosy Club New Zealand set of rules. Very experienced, and she does a lot for the sport.
So Andres here, just a little bit of difficulty early, just looking to try and get away out of a snooker, but does put the white ball down. And so, early advantage will go the way of Kimberly Cullen.
She has also represented New Zealand in the volleyball, a world champion team's player as well. So she's done quite a bit.
So now working through order, so it will be the blue 2 ball. But it's all about controlling the cue ball. These players will have come to the table, mapped it pretty early, which ball will offer them the greatest degree of difficulty. And if at any point on this run, can they move it while still maintaining the cue ball? Lovely weight on that shot. But now, key shot here. This purple 4 ball just stuck on this cushion, and then having to find the ability to then play the 5 and not successful. So now opportunity here for Andres, but another difficult shot. Not just about potting this 4 ball, it's making sure that she can come back for that 5, but also have a shot on the green 6. How many shots ahead are they thinking, Jimmy?
Yeah, they can map the whole table out. So, she's got an open table here. The key is to get into position. Hard shot here. Not really an open pocket for this 4 ball, but let's see what she does.
Look to bank it, maybe.
What's that? No, I think she's going to go for a cut.
She does cut it, but that's the second little in-off for her.
Yeah, so a 9-ball mark, she's on 2 fouls. 1 more foul will be lost a game. But in saying that, Kim has to warn her. getting used to the speed of the table.
Yeah, just a bit too much weight on that. This is another difficult shot. She can put it down, but what does she do with the cue ball, and why does she leave Andres knowing that the next ball on the table needs to be the green, the 6 ball?
So yeah, on Monday they're off to Atlantic City, is it?
Yeah, Atlantic, yeah, in Georgia, yeah.
Yes, and then she gets back 2 or 3 weeks later. She's off to the snooker tournament in Australia.
Yeah, contrasting games, aren't they? From 9 ball to snooker, much bigger tables, a lot more balls on the table.
Okay, here's Alex's first open opportunity here. Still got a tough shot to get onto that 6 ball. She's on the wrong side of the 5, so that 5 ball's heading towards, well, behind the 6 ball. So she has to use a little bit of spin to get back on the right side of the 6 ball, which is a green ball.
Yeah, big shot here. She really wanted to put this one down, and she does. Enough weight on it. Come back.
Yeah, see how she's running away from the brown ball now, which is next.
Yeah, she's just got to somehow find a weight, because the 9 ball's sitting there precariously placed. It's a big shot.
Just got to be careful of the in-off. She should be all right.
She does, and how much weight has she got? Not about outcome under consideration of the previous shot, but certainly not an easy shot. Try and come back up that table towards the 8 ball. Man, great to have Steve Light, professional referee, here today.
Yeah,
Out of Singapore.
Yeah, great to see a referee on hand. One good shot here. She
cut it. Yeah, overcut it indeed now. Both players just struggling a little bit with this cloth, this Cadia Predator cloth. Different than the outside tables. And nice shot there from Cullen. And now really should wrap up this first frame from here.
Still got 2 hard shots to play here.
Here's one.
Nice.
A little bit too much weight, perhaps. Oh no, beautifully controlled. Just wants to sitting on the cushion, but for a player of her quality, shouldn't have too much difficulty. And there it is.
Nice
so
start.
First frame goes to Kimberly Cullen in the race to 4. And so both players, I think, will be relieved that that first frame is out of the way. Chance for them now to both just settle down. And be aware that television cameras are on them, the bright lights, championship table, and of course the great man, Jimmy, the Professor Henry, critiquing them, which is always daunting in itself. Why do they call you the Professor, Jimmy?
Oh, well, I take people back to school. You know that?
Yeah, I do.
Have I taken you back to school yet?
Mate,
have to have a few games, mate.
You're going to take me back to primary school before I start school. So, live coverage here from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. Do encourage people to check out the Masse clubs if you are looking at Q Sports, if you just want to advance or just simply want to look to just play in a good fun environment.
So like I said before, Kim's very experienced in all other Q Sports.
Yeah.
And she's fairly new to 9 ball.
Yeah, interesting there, taking that cue ball right across that far right side of the table for the break. It'll be slightly different on that. And that's not a bad break indeed for Kimberly. I'm not sure that Alexandra Andres will be overly thrilled with what she's seen at the moment. Your read on this break, Jimmy?
Yeah, just the 2 ball. It's hidden behind the brown ball down the back here. So the 1 ball's okay. It's just how is she going to get position on the 2?
And she cuts it. She brings it down. Good weight on it. Gives herself a chance. Always another ball, but that works out brilliantly for her.
Yeah.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, but now another difficult shot because she's got that solid 3 red. I'm not sure we can go above the table. Just trying to get some idea of how obscured she might be in regards to this next shot. Does she possibly look at even playing safety here, Jimmy?
No, she definitely have to pot it. There's a gap there between the black ball and the 9 ball.
Okay.
She's in it. She's in the right, perfect position.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, just hard, isn't it? We do have cameras coming to get above the table in time. Gives us a better idea then of just how things look through the eyes of the player. That's a better shot there, isn't it? That's a good shot. That shows us that in fact that she has no problem threading the needle.
That was a good try there.
And now the fluke can still be on, remember. You don't have to nominate your pocket as such. But now a good opportunity here for Cullen to look to try and run through this rack. There's one. Oh, missed it. Missed it. Thinking too much about the next shot. Didn't quite get her angle right. Little gap here now. Opportunity for Andres. Does have a difficult 4 ball and 5 ball.
It's a nice shot. Beautiful shot.
Really done. Really well done.
Yeah, got behind the 4.
Nice use of the cue ball. Nice spin on that.
It'll be hard to control this 4 ball for the 5 ball. It all becomes weight here.
Almost has to stop it on a dime.
Well, she's going to screw back into the 5.
I like that saying thread the needle. Do you do any sewing, Jimmy?
Not these days, mate.
No? You sewing a button on a shirt or anything lately?
Yeah, not lately.
Does anyone do
Years
any
ago,
sewing?
I don't think anybody does
sewing
no
these
more.
days? No, they just go and replace the shirt, don't they?
Yeah. It's like my car.
Yeah.
You know, if I don't like the car, just replace the car.
Yeah, it's good to be in that position, Jimmy. Must be a lot of money in Q Sports, is there? To be like that. Hey, I don't like the colour this morning. I'll get a new car, Jimmy.
Yeah.
So Andres, she's still at the moment. Not to say that she's got complete control of the table, but the important thing is she's still at the table.
Yeah, she just played that 4 ball a little bit too hard.
Big shot here. Does she believe?
No, she
Nice
can't
playing
safety.
safety and nicely played too. Really nicely played from Andres. That's good, intelligent play. Now, what options does Cullen have?
Yeah, her snooker background will, tell her the right shot to play, and there you go.
Plays it right back up the table, and she
Beautiful.
says, I will return the favour. I got myself out of the difficulty you put me in. You get yourself out of the hole I've just put you in.
Yeah, that's just knowledge through snooker, that shot there.
It's a real chance here for Cullen just to get some valuable match practice before those 9-ball Women's World Championships, and put yourself in a situation where you've got the television, a little bit of a crowd in as well.
Yeah, so she's already a world champion. She went to the VNEA World Ladies Champs on the teams event. So many more opportunities coming in this form of sport anyway. 9-ball.
Oh, almost gets it, doesn't quite, and so it'll be a foul ball.
Stephen Lai. Straight up the middle of the table somewhere. Yep, nice. Nice weight, perfect position.
Yeah, you certainly feel like Cullen now is just starting to settle down. She's adapted early to the run of the table. Got to be careful we don't have the commentator's curse though, do we, Jimmy? Nicely played again. Great weight, maybe just a little bit too heavy, is it?
Yeah, a little bit too heavy. Second time she's run out of position.
I think that was that commentator's curse.
Well, no, I think the speed of the table's very fast.
Well, but I just said she's just adapted to the speed of the table and then a little bit too much weight, Jimmy.
What a shot. That's a beautiful
Great shot. Yeah, we've all tried that at home. Some pull it off, some don't. But to do it in a pressure situation like this, it's not easy. However, now a shot here really for the match, you would suggest, and misses it. Door open now, well and truly for Andres. Not an easy shot though, because that black is about to kiss the cushion. Cue ball on the wrong side, so still anybody's frame.
Just have to probably back yourself and double the ball. To the bottom left corner here. Okay, we've got some big matches coming up, Mark.
Yeah, do. Two very big semi-finals for the men's, or not the men's, it has been an open mixed draw, but it's 4 men that will make the semi-finals of the summer Sunday night shootout, including both Marco Teuscher and Sullivan Clark. Kieran Dempsey, the Wolverine, I think.
No, he missed out.
Did he?
Tone Nugent took him out 5-6. Hill match. Tone managed to keep his composure and run the last rack after being down 5-2, I think it was.
Kimberly Cullen somehow managing to survive in this frame. It's been just a little bit messy. Just when you think that Alexandra Andres is going to step up, the weight, the physics, and the angles are still playing out in favour of Cullen. Really tough shot here. Big shot. Nice weight, nice weight, nice weight. Looks good. Just kisses that square corner on those middle pockets. And now it is Cullen. Can she jump to a 2-frame-to-nothing lead in the race to 4? Really big shot for her. Too much. Misses it. And so we go again.
Both players still settling in.
Yeah.
Still good practice for both of them.
Well, that's it, isn't it? I mean, they're going to need to settle in at big tournaments, and, you know, it's all about protocols, training protocols, warm-up protocols. Oh, lovely shot. Really nice shot there from Andres, and suddenly we're tied up at 1 frame each in the race to 4. So, a messy frame. Who blinked first? Well, they both blinked, but it was ultimately Andres who got, I was going to say the rub of the green. What do we say? The rub of the cloth? The roll of the cloth, Jimmy?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, she got the rub of the green.
Did she? That was a beautiful shot.
Oh, I'm saying,
She
yeah.
got
She got,
lucky.
yeah, well, not lucky.
She got lucky to get a shot, but she played it well.
Yeah.
The rub of the green, eh? That's golf, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So I'm
What does it
asking what
mean?
the equivalent is.
Yeah, lucky.
Yeah.
Come out a couple of opportunities to put her away, but didn't succeed. The rub of the green.
Now, big opportunity. One thing we probably don't see quite as much with our top female players of men, not quite the power in the break. So you tend to get often a number of dry breaks, and that time cue ball going down. So cue ball off the break, is that considered to be 1 foul?
Yes.
So 2 more and she concedes the game as long as she is warned.
Oh, that's right.
Now, I'm not sure that was intentional. I think the original intent was the bottom right pocket, but managed to get it into the left bottom pocket. Game on, but finds herself in a very, very tough situation now here. Does she look to play safety?
Yeah, definitely.
She does. And it's a really nice safety shot as well. I think Alexandria can probably see that 2 ball through that line of sight.
Yeah, I think that if she hits that edge, she could go in off here.
Might just see if we can get that angle just slightly above the table. There we go, that's it. Really nice shot.
Just missed the pocket of going in off. Yep.
Yep.
Nice shot.
Nice shot. And that's just survival at the moment. There's still a long way to go. Neither player have shown that they've got the ability at the moment to run a rack here. So I think both will probably be confident that whatever shot they play, they are going to find themselves back at the table at some point.
Yes, definitely a hard rack to run here. Even the top players will struggle running this
Oh, I
rack.
don't know, Jimmy. I reckon you could do it.
Oh, I don't think so, mate. Looks pretty tough here.
Yeah, so both players now playing with an air of caution. And she's got enough weight on
shot.
that. Nice shot. Won't be a snooker, but very, very difficult shot to pocket.
No, I think it's a snooker.
You reckon she can't get past that black ball, Jimmy?
No. Down the table. Oh, she can. Sorry there. Mark. Plenty of it to see.
But I think, yep, and done a good job here because not really a pocket on offer. Unless she can somehow squeeze it past that black 8 ball, but not sure she can. And so she looks to play safety as well. Not a bad safety shot. Is there a channel between that orange 5 ball and the 9 ball? And if so, does that mean pocket open, or does that simply mean I'm not snookered and I might have to play safety?
Yeah, as we said, well, as I said earlier, Mark, there's a game between Marco Teutsch versus Errol Cusson and Sullivan Clark versus Tone Nugent. And I think these two have battled it out before. So we're going to see another good match there. Tone beating the Kieran Dempsey, Wolverine, as you call him. None of mine. I don't want nothing to do with that, mate.
Yeah. Tell you what, neither player at the moment has settled at all. I thought there toward the end of that second frame that perhaps Cullen had, but both still just find themselves struggling to get any rhythm. But both have been brilliant defensively, and that might be more the situation. But Andres will be disappointed with that. Again, just bouncing out of that bottom left pocket. Cullen cuts it, Cullen cuts it. Can she get enough? No, she can't. Is this the opening that Andres has been waiting for? What does she do? Because the 3 red is the next object ball, which currently sits in the middle of the table. So needs to somehow look to bring this cue ball up the table. Yeah, really nicely done.
Beautiful.
Straight out of the Jimmy Henry textbook.
Just nudge this in, sit near the rail if she can. Gives her a good angle to pot the 4 and get out. She needs to be on the rail. Not a bad angle here to get from the 4 to the orange ball. Natural. It's got to end up in the middle of the table. Very nice shot. Perfect.
Yeah, really, really well played. She'll be on a bit of a high. She knows yesterday that maybe she missed an opportunity to get a victory over the great Teutsch, which few people in this country do. Led that by 3 frames to 1. Had a couple of opportunities to wrap it up and just couldn't quite get it done. But she'll still take a lot away from it. And now she goes to every Q Sports player around the country's favourite toy, the jigger. Almost looks like the antlers of a caribou, Jimmy.
Yes, it does.
Nicely done. What's another name for a caribou?
Reindeer.
Reindeer, brilliant. No, just checking, Jimmy. I know we discussed it a little bit last year in commentary.
Nice angle here. All becomes pace now. Get the right weight. That's perfect weight.
Yeah, nicely done. Just didn't quite cut it enough.
Beautiful
Frustration. Now chance for Cullen to come and clear the table. It is wide open. Does she have the composure? There's one. Oh, a lot of weight on it, maybe just a little bit too much weight. Just takes that angle away. And so hasn't left herself an easy shot. But snooker player. Oh, looks to cut it. And not successful. And so Andres gets another chance here. Can she now just make that subtle little correction and put this all-important 7-ball down?
She needs to play this and get back to the centre of the table. With a little spin will be better.
Going high on the cue ball, isn't she? Yeah. And missed it.
Way too hard.
Just missed it. Going to have a bit of a Chinese snooker here where she's going to have to set her bridge up almost over the top. And her cue then almost over the top of the 9-ball. No, in fact, she'll have a clear run there. So she's got plenty of room. Looks to play it, misses it again. And it's almost like neither player wants to leave the television table, Jimmy.
Great opportunity here. All the balls in the open. One good shot here will win her the game. All she has to do is stop the white ball if she's got the right angle, but I don't think she has. So she wants to follow it and go back up the table. Yeah, she's got the right spin on the white ball. She rolls forward.
Oh boy, both of them just struggling at the moment. Neither player has settled down. It's not. So, Cullen just. What's she asking for here, Jimmy?
The cross. So she wants a cross. Yeah, that's the one. He's got the one. Stephen Lee's got the one.
The good old basic cross, eh?
Yeah.
So, not the caribou.
Yeah, different feeling between both jiggers, they call them, the rest.
Oh, missed it too. I've got to say, this is a very, very scrappy game. Not particularly appealing, but
good practice.
That is good practice, and it's all about dealing with pressure. It's all about dealing with what I would call the peripheral, the bright lights, the television table, some of the things that you don't often get on the outside tables, and because you don't get them, you tend to be just a little bit more relaxed, and you tend to be at home a little bit more. And in a precision sport like this, it doesn't take much just to be slightly off. The more time they spend on this table, the better they get. Really good shot, just puts that on a dime. And now, the 9-ball away from going to 2 frames to 1. Young Andres over Cullen. This for the frame. Finally, she does get it down, and it will be Andres who goes to a 2 frame to 1 lead over Kimberly Cullen in the race to 4.
And like I said, you know, Kim's still getting used to the size of balls, the table itself. Next year you can see a different player, believe me.
Yeah, that's it too. And you come from one form of it, and it is, you've got to get your weights right, don't you? It's a different game. Q-tips, I think, too. Probably would there be some subtle adjustment from Q-tips and playing from, say, snooker to 9-ball, or
Yeah,
would a snooker
definitely,
player still stick with the more pointed tips?
Yeah, the snooker player would stay with the thinner tip, 10 mil to maybe 11 mil at the most.
Yeah.
These sort of tables take the 14 mil up to 14 mils.
What's the maximum width on a Q-tip?
13 mil. 13 mil. Yeah, that's the thing with New Zealand, you know, we've got too many different tables and too many different rules, and where overseas all they've got are these rules. Some countries, that's all they play are these rules. Over here we play 3 or 4 different rules.
Yeah, and we don't have a population really, so maybe at one point decision at some point needs to be made and going, right, let's just simplify it. Let's just get critical mass all heading in one direction. Best for player development, but also align it with the rest of the world.
Yes.
It's actually, I've been interested. I've been doing a bit of work in baseball recently, and there's been a big shift in American baseball for the strike zone to come down lower than what it historically was.
Okay.
And it's interesting to see that the New Zealand Australasian umpires are now making that adjustment as well, so that
Excellent.
internationally you've got you get a bit more of a, what is that strike zone? There's
Yeah,
no point coming from the States saying, well, back home that would be considered a ball, here it's considered a strike. So
they're following the American rules?
oh yeah, I mean the rules are the rules, but every umpire has a slightly different interpretation on the strike zone.
Okay,
And so
yeah.
one of the challenges for the hitters and the pitchers is early on in the game to get a pretty good read on the home plate umpire in terms of
Yes.
what their zone might be.
Yep.
And then make sure that, you know, and like anything, you hope the umpire, and they generally are consistent. I mean, it's like anything, isn't it? You don't mind if they're consistently bad, or if they're bad, as long as they're consistently bad. So Andres now, nice shot here, but what can she do with it? Well, no, in fact, just a little bit too much weight. 2-ball. Does she have the opportunity? No, she's in a tough position, isn't she, Jimmy?
Yeah, she'll look for safety, just touch it, hide behind the purple, and there you go.
Now, the difference here between what we see in other forms is she doesn't need to come off the rail.
Yes.
In terms of playing a safety shot. If we were playing 8-ball or traditional pool that most people play, you can't just go and nudge a ball up behind another.
No.
You've actually got to make sure either the cue ball or the object ball does come off a rail.
Yes, that's right, Mark, yep. So in the English rules, you don't have to touch a rail, but now they're changing the rules, so you do have to touch a rail now.
And that makes sense. That just
Yeah.
prevents some player from just almost playing like 3-ball billiards where you can just constantly just keep touching. There's no skill in that, is there?
Definitely not, no. So yeah, there's a lot of changes to the rules. But they all are playing like the American rules now. Before it's all just English rules, but now they're switching over to these rules because they see that it's a better game. But risky here past the orange ball, but it's a big gap there.
But as you said, Jimmy, this is all about learning too, isn't it? Does she believe?
Nice shot.
Comes back. Yeah, good weight on that. Nicely played from Andres.
Yeah, like I said, you know, come a year forward and these two players will be totally different players. They'll be running racks and yeah. Especially after all their world tournaments they'll be going to.
Nicely
Getting
done.
Experience.
Yeah, nicely done from Andres. No, it's funny, I was talking to Sullivan Clark earlier, who we're going to see in action shortly. A real rising star of the New Zealand Q Sports scene, and I asked him how he felt his season in the States had gone. He said, look, I haven't quite cracked it, but I feel like I'm on the cusp of finding that consistency at the highest level. And that's often the case, isn't it? I often use running as an analogy. You'll see runners who will get up to a really high standard and then they'll stagnate and they'll have a season, maybe 2 seasons, and then suddenly the breakthrough season comes. But it only comes because you still continue to do the hard work.
Yes.
But boy, it can be hard for an athlete to believe that it is going to come at times.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, you put in the time, you know, your time will come.
Oh, shot.
So what happens there, Mark? Didn't hit a rail. No, it just fell. Fell. Yeah, fell. Ball in hand. Three fells.
Yes,
Okay.
two fells.
Did you nominate it?
Yes, I nominated it.
Three fells.
Okay, so just have Jimmy here also in commentary acting as a little bit of an overriding referee. So I'll just get you to explain what happened there, Jimmy.
Yeah, well, there was 3 fells in a row, and yeah, they called it. So the ref called it.
And that means that Andres wins the frame. So,
Yes.
so Kimberly Cullen, that'll be frustrating, but a good learning curve, and that's what it's all about. It's all about learning. It's all about just a little bit of a reminder too when you hit away. Some of the things you can do and can't do. So really well read by international referee Stephen Light out of Singapore, living here in New Zealand these days. What an asset he is. I'm not sure you took him back to school then, Jimmy.
No, I think I need to learn a bit off him after that.
No, it's all right. It's good. That's what we want. We want to just challenge things.
Yeah, 3 fells in a row is
And we've just
lost the
seen
game.
the black 8 go down. Of course, this was 8 ball and that black had gone down, they just bring it straight back up onto the table, but that's not the case. It'll stay down, and the next object ball will be the 1 ball. It just means they won't have to play the 8 later on. So fascinating. You don't often see 3 fouls, but we saw Andres earlier on the cusp of 3 as well. Nicely played.
Yeah, she's one of the best lady potters around in this form of game. Still very young, still got a big future ahead of her.
Yeah, about to head to university in Waikato. Picked up a sportswoman at Waikato Dio in her last year at school.
Nice spot, nice position. Difficult part here is getting from the purple to the orange.
Yeah, what are her options here, Jimmy, in terms of doing that, in terms of joining the dots?
Well, very tough. The key here is to get to the right side of that 4 ball so you can get back.
You didn't quite get enough on it, did she? That's the problem, that you're so trying to retain the cue ball. You know what you've got to do to get back to the 4 ball, but in the process, you miss the object ball.
Nice shot, nice angle.
Yeah, nicely played here. I just wonder whether Cullen now just needs to come out and just loosen up a little bit, just play with a little bit more confidence, maybe just look to play a little bit quicker. And misses another shot.
Got away with it, second prize.
Yep, she did. Now, Andres.
So the next match, sorry, Mark, what were you saying? Andres.
No, just
Got a
having,
tough shot.
yeah, just having a look. She's surveying her options, isn't she? What she can do here, and I think she'll just come up and do that, and she might have got away with that as well. Yeah, it has done enough. So good shot from Andres.
Nice shot, got away with it, yeah.
Brings that back up the table, but I'm not sure that it's necessarily going to advance her cause, other than simply the fact that she wasn't snookered. Now what does Andres, does she look to cut that centre pocket?
Yes, definitely, yeah.
And in doing so, what does she do with that cue ball?
Just lets it run around. These sort of shots you just pot and
Oh,
let the
missed
white ball go, yeah.
Missed it, missed it, missed it.
Got away with it again. It's a lucky day. Some days you do get this sort of luck, you know, luck does become involved.
Well, I'll keep saying it. It's the old thing, isn't it? I always say luck's a byproduct of good preparation, and you often hear it, the harder I trained, the luckier I got. But I think sometimes it is just, yep, sometimes it is just luck.
Can you get lucky in baseball?
Lucky in baseball? Oh, look, I think every sport's got an element of luck, doesn't
Yeah.
it? Probably just defined slightly differently.
That's right. Yeah, it'd be
I mean, I
probably-
think you can get lucky in terms of sometimes you know, whether you get a ball that might just land in no man's land, fall just over the head of the infield and too short for the outfield, and sometimes that can come from a miscue.
Yeah,
Some of the hitters can control it, but yeah, baseball's an interesting one because I'll say it, it's a game dominated very much by the ball. If you fail 7 out of 10 times with the bat at a major league level, you're considered to almost be a Hall of Famer because you're hitting 30%, and 30% is pretty damn good in a sport like baseball. So that is just a little bit of a fault, isn't it, of Andre's game. She tends to have a bit of a habit and a consistent habit of potting the cue ball.
Okay, golden opportunity here for Kim. Nice position
Yep.
on the green ball.
Should really just get it done here. No real difficulty for a player of this quality.
Well, a little bit tricky here. Only because she has to.
She's got to just play with soft hands, and she
Yes,
does
slow
it.
roll it. Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
And she does. Nicely done.
Oh, it's close.
Oh, jumped it. Is that just a basic miscue, Jimmy?
Could it be the chalk she's using?
Just,
And today she's also using the glove for the first time.
yeah, just in terms of the glove, what's that just about smoothness, is it? That's just
Yeah.
making sure that there's no any sort of
Friction, yeah.
hesitation or friction in your follow through and your stroke. And runs this up. Nice weight,
Oh,
nice
wow.
weight, nice weight. Great
Wow.
shot. Now chance here for Andres to take the match. Leads by 3-1 in this exhibition against Kimberly Cullen, who is World Championship bound. Situation yesterday of beating Toysha. Does she have the top 2 inches under pressure?
There you go,
And
folks.
there she goes,
Hang
and
on.
the cue ball stays up on the table, and they will
Wow.
shake hands, and it is Alexandra Andres who wins this exhibition by 4 frames to 1 over Kimberly Cullen. But the heart rate, well, it went up a few beats because that cue ball was precariously positioned on the top right corner of the table, and so it will be Alexandra Andres who will have that one to add to the CV as we bring you live coverage of the summer version of the Sunday night shootout. Don't go away, folks, because very shortly we'll bring you the first of the semi-finals.
Between Marco Toitscha and Errol Cusson.
That up next here from the Masse Club in Pukekohe.
I like the SP2 because, one, the wrap goes all the way down. The design is elegant. It's not too much, it's not too little. You know, color scheme looks really nice. And then the 12.9 Revo just fits on there perfect. So to actually go through the process and see how every shaft is made and how they can tweak it this way or tweak it that way, so the process is incredible, and just being able to understand it and have trust that it's made the right way, and you know it's formed this way every single time when you need it. It's like having a little coach on your shoulder while you're playing.
Very good afternoon and welcome to the Masse Club in Pukekohe for the semi-finals of the summer version of the Sunday night shootout. 9-ball format, first to 6 frames. Errol Kusin coming up against the great Marco Toisha in what should be a fascinating contest, a contest of two contrasting styles. Joining me in commentary is the man they call the Professor, Jimmy Henry. Well, Jimmy, Marco Toisha across the far side, And a relative newcomer, or maybe a player that people are not that familiar with, comes up against somewhat of a prize package in Errol Kusin.
Yeah, Errol Kusin, yeah. First time I've seen him this weekend. He's playing pretty good. He's beaten some good players. So it'll be an interesting match.
Well, it does put pressure on the more fancy player, doesn't it? Often come up against somebody that you don't know, that you haven't seen, who is very much an underdog. That can just mess with your head a little bit. I guess the thing that Marco Toisha's got in his favour, he's got experience. He's been here, he's done this before. He knows that he can only control what he can control.
That's right, yeah. He's probably the one to beat at the moment.
Yeah, big,
most experienced player.
Yeah, heading off to Poland shortly to take part at the World 9-Ball Championships, and then a couple of weeks back in his home country of the Netherlands before he then heads to the United States for the World 10-Ball Championships. But it's also going to have a training camp up in Taiwan.
Yeah, he's going for a crash course over there, which would be good for him, you know, play different players, and Taiwan's got hundreds and hundreds of good players over there. We'll keep him in tune. That's the thing, he needs that match practice, those hard games. Done all the hard work, Marco, and now he's reaping the rewards. He's been doing it for a while. But in saying that, you know, race of 6 is very short. Anyone can get beaten in a race of 6. The longer you go, the harder it is to beat the better player. But yeah, I watched a few of Errol's shots. He's got all the shots. Good composure,
Yeah,
good technique.
he's going to need them today, though, isn't he?
Definitely, yeah.
Boy,
Hails from the Philippines, the Filipino.
yeah, and boy, they've been great for the sport in this country. So many
definitely.
good Filipino players now. And good start too.
Yeah, great start. He needs this good start here to get off to a good start is the key.
Yeah, really nice too to have Stephen Light, professional referee, here. Of course, 3 fouls will constitute the forfeiting of a game. We saw it earlier in an exhibition match between Alexandra Andres and Kimberly Cullen, 2 of our leading female players. And now, nice. One thing though that Errol Kusin will need to get his head around, he'll need to adjust to the speed of this cloth, which is slightly faster than perhaps some of the outside tables that he has been playing on.
That was a good shot.
Yeah, good little snooker here. Beautiful weight.
So he's played 2 good shots at the moment.
Yeah, he's a confident looking player. There's just no hesitation about him. Nothing seems to faze him. He's not overly concerned that he's got some television cameras on him, that he's playing up against arguably the best 9-ball, 8-ball, 10-ball player that this country's seen.
Yeah, he's told me he plays a lot up in Portland Blues with one of the owners who will be on show in the next match against Sullivan Clark, Tona Nugent.
Yeah, and that, of course, back there in Browns Bay. And one thing we have now seen with Masse and so the New Zealand Pool Association coming together, we've got that first time in a long time. We've got 100% cohesion, and it's going to be great for the sport going forward.
It's great to finally get together and do something. It's only going to get bigger.
Yeah, now watch Toisha. Now watch the genius. And now let's just see how Kusin deals with this, because he is coming up with a man who is known as the gunslinger from Eindhoven, but he has also been described as the surgeon. Such is the precision.
Here's an opening.
And as that is the opening that Toisha needs. Still got some difficult shots up the far end of the table. He's got to get from this red 3-ball up to that purple 4-ball. Still got the 7 sitting there precariously. Does he look to try and play the plant if in fact he can get that blue ball up there, the cue ball up towards the top end of the table?
Yes, he will play the plant if he gets up the back there.
Let's have a look at Toysha. And look at
Nice.
that. Look at the control on that cue ball. Look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe not quite enough weight, but certainly good enough from here, Toysha.
Nice cannon here onto the brown ball. Nice.
Oh, beautifully played. Wow, that is good from the Dutch master.
Okay, so he's in perfect position here. He's got to watch the middle pocket, but he should be okay. Just pocket weight. Takes the natural line with the white ball. Done out to the middle of the table. Back out. Beautiful.
Yeah, look at this. He's putting on a clinic, Toysha. That's what Cousin will realise very quickly. He cannot open the door even slightly. Because this man will walk straight through. Before you know it, he would have eaten all the food in your kitchen, taken your television set, cleaned your windows and left.
Beautiful position. Always middle of the table.
And just like that, the frame goes the way of Toysha, but good start from Cousin, a lot to like about him. But he's going to need to get to the table and he's going to need to stay at the table. But the Dutch master, the gunslinger from Eindhoven, takes a 1-frame-to-nothing lead.
Yeah, very nice. Beautiful position on every ball. Nice cannon to start off with. The last 4 balls were just natural.
Stephen Lai here, world-class referee. Great to have him in attendance, just ensuring that it's played within the rules. And I guess, what are the real areas and where I guess the referees are asked to come and adjudicate? I mean, what are some of the areas that they're more likely to find themselves involved in a game or a frame?
Okay, so yeah, just reaching over balls. You know, if your clothing touches a ball or the cue touches a ball, that's a foul. When 2 balls are close together and you're going for, you know, 1 ball and you might hit the other before that. So, you know, those sort of situations he needs to come in. Okay, a tough start here for Marco.
He loves the challenge though, doesn't he, Toysha?
Big shot here.
And that is the unique thing about this sport. No break ever mirror or repeats a previous break. No one shot is ever the same as another shot. And if there is something similar, it's a very different way in terms of you get to that shot. So it's what makes it unique. There's no template. There's no framework.
Okay, he's going to have a go here, folks, I'd say. Tough shot.
A great man. So he's going to have a go. Bottom right.
Yes, definitely.
No, can't quite see it. Stands back up. Resets. Both players have been told that they need to play with a level of speed without hindering their performance. Good cue action, great shot. Now, where's the cue ball go? Where's the cue ball go? Has he got it? Has he got it? He has. Great shot from Toysha.
Beautiful angle here to get to the red ball. Just punch it off the side rail and back towards the red ball.
Oh,
Beautiful.
that is
Perfect
superb.
weight.
That is superb. This is a masterclass so far through 1.5 frames.
Beautiful angle. Perfect position here to get back behind the 5. Up top of the table. Back through the middle, behind the orange ball.
He's just got to be careful of. Just maintain his own concentration. Don't want any sort of what we call unforced errors.
Okay, it's gone forward. Kept it simple here. Look at that position. Look at that angle. Nothing too flash. Had the natural line to run the 2 rails behind the orange ball. Just wants to come out into the middle of the table here to leave him an angle for the green to the brown.
Yeah, just focus on where he's. Look at just where that cue tip is in regards to the cue ball.
Another
And that
nice angle.
Yeah, and that provides that spin, which provides control of the cue ball. So now he's going low again on the cue ball.
Middle of the table. Look at that. Perfect.
And so Errol Coulson will be thinking, well, I've played through this tournament. I'm not sure I sat down as long, but he would have heard of the reputation. He'll know what he's coming for.
Beautiful.
And now 2 shots away from racing out to 2 frames to nothing in the race to 6.
So you probably draw the ball back to his hand, where his hand is, around that way, or you can go forward. 2 options.
So if he goes forward, what's he coming off? 2 rails, is he? Possibly
Yeah, he's
3.
Back behind 2 rails. We could go straight down the table. Heaps of options. Yeah, straight down the tables.
And enough
Simple.
weight. Look at the weight on that. Look at the control of that cue ball from
Perfect.
the gunslinger from Eindhoven. And pockets
Beautiful.
it and goes to a 2 frame to nothing lead over Errol Coulson.
Nice positive finish. Every shot there was in perfect angle on each shot. Okay, and you've got to be able to do that, 5 or 6 times in a row. Not just the one time. And a lot of these top players do that now. They run 5 or 6 racks. I think there was one guy over in America that ran 19 racks in a row. They got it on TV, on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Played for the Moscone Cup too. Team 1 year. Just forgot his name.
Yeah, remarkable. I mean, 19
Yeah, without
consecutive frames where you just don't miss a shot. You just got to great break, and I think there would have been a little bit of luck probably throughout those 19 frames, and there
Yeah,
would have been some
definitely.
wonderful moments of just pure genius at the same time. You would have had a contrast both ends. It's the only way you could pull it off.
Yeah, Justin Bergman is his name, I think.
So toy shot coming from the left side of the table. And I think he might have a dry break here.
No, dry break. But then, like I say, he's got away with it.
Got that 8 ball now blocking the 1 ball.
Yeah, so what
Now,
are his
he's got a
options
chance
here?
here. Well, he could play. I still think he's got a chance of. I think he can still get behind that 1 ball. He's got a chance of pocketing the 2 up the far top. Plant could be on. What?
Could be, yeah, but
He
yeah,
possibly looks to play some safety, or does he take his chance?
I think safety's key here. Oh no, it's on.
He's on.
Yeah,
So
beautiful
there
start.
you go. So he does go with the plant 2 ball.
Okay, for Errol to, stay in the game here, he needs this frame here. And the key, whenever you're playing a good player, a little bit too much spin there.
Yeah, just way too much weight. You can see the disappointment on his face. He's going to have to come out of that. He's still got a nice spread on
Yeah.
the table here.
That worked out well.
Yeah, he's still got a nice spread on the table. So it's still game on, but he can't miss.
This is the money ball here for him, I'd say.
A lovely
Wide.
weight, lovely weight.
Wide.
Oh, just a little wide though. And now, and he just puts it right there on a dime for Toy Shut, the Dutch master.
Okay, he's left him an easy 3 ball. The key is how's Marco going to get in line on the 4 ball. Okay, you could use 2 rails here, which would be the ideal shot, or you could just touch it in here. There you go. That's a good position there.
And now,
Okay, 1 good pot here. Just pot the 4. The 5's easy. 6 is also easy. So should be game over here, Mark.
yeah,
curse.
commentator's curse though, Jimmy. I've warned you, Jimmy.
No, I'll put my house on this frame here, Mark. One of those cars I'm sick of. Put that
Yeah,
on the
I
line.
still think you put the commentator's curse on him, Jimmy.
Nah,
I have
this
told
guy
you
here is-
so many times, mate.
This guy here is too good to put any sort of curse on him. Look, even left-handed. Nah, he's got to reach over. So he's running forward and back out. Ooh. Okay, you might use the 2 rails to slow the white ball down here, Mark. Screw it 2 rails backwards. See, and that just controls the weight there using those rails.
Yeah, look at that control, Jimmy. I mean, you picked it, and they call you the professor because you can read what other people can't. But this guy is reading exactly what you're reading, and look at the precision. He just puts, it's one thing saying it, it's another thing executing it,
Yes.
and then it's another thing actually executing it with that high level of degree. So, simply superb from Toysha.
So I should be like him, you're saying?
Well, I mean...
Now the thing with me and him is he's put all the time in, you know,
Mm.
and this is the rewards he gets. A player like this. And I tell all these young juniors, you know, put your time in. Don't get lazy.
Well, that's it, isn't it? I mean,
Discipline.
yeah, and on the days you don't want to train, well, your opposition's training.
Yep.
And when some other guy gets there and go, oh, he was a bit lucky. No, he wasn't. No, he
He
wasn't.
played, yeah. Done all the hard work.
Did all the hard work. It's
The only way to get the rewards. You put 50% in, you'll get 50% reward.
mm.
And it's also been instilled with his coaching and that, you know, all the coaches he's had over the years have pushed him into doing this.
Yeah, but also along the way too, you know, he was, I'll say it, you know, greatest ingredient you can have is passion and desire, and the only way you test that is when you find yourself in a situation of adversity. You can say how passionate you are, but
Yep.
when you absolutely hit rock bottom or you're the lowest of the lows, you still find a way to get out of bed, you still find a way to get back to the table. That's the true test. And I'd imagine there's been many times in the career of Marko Toysha where he's questioned his very existence, as we see referee Stephen Light come back and present a beautifully polished cue ball to Errol Kusin. And now Kusin across the far side, so opposite side to Toysha. He won a big break here. And not a great break.
Yeah, you know why that is, Mark? Because they haven't got the magic rake. Usually that corner ball goes in all the time. Now they're doing it by hand. You don't really get that same ball going in all the time.
Okay, so if there is a benefit with the magic rack, why did they use the magic rack?
Well, a lot of people have gone away from it now because, you know, they're guaranteed a ball and guaranteed a run out. But now it comes down to a little bit of luck.
Don't disagree with it. Yeah, not a great break at all. That little cluster there that you can see, that 1 ball, that 3 ball and the 9 ball.
Okay, this is where we see the other side of Marko. He knows what shot to play here.
Yeah, he'll play this defensively. Watch him just bring this ball up and hide it somewhere.
All percentages.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think he snookered him, but he's given him a 0 shot in terms of pocketing anything, unless he hits and misses and it's simply a fluke. But in terms of a nominated shot, it's a very, very difficult ball to pot. Plays it with some lovely weight though, and looks to try and return the favour. And does he hide it behind? Not a bad effort, not a bad effort.
Great shot.
So Errol Kusin, great effort.
Okay, so this is the other side of Marko's game. He knows how to kick balls. He knows where to hit the 1 ball. He knows what side to hit the 1 ball on. And this is what a lot of New Zealand players haven't got, is the kick game, the safety game, the return safety game.
Yeah, just
Just nicked the black ball on the way through, so foul. Okay, golden opportunity here for Errol.
you mentioned the kick game. What's kick
So that-
game mean?
So that's coming behind the ball and kicking at the 1 ball and then putting it in the safe spot. A lot of good top players do that. They know exactly how to kick it and where to kick it and what side to hit the 1 on. And that just becomes, you know, practice.
Well, first real mistake from Toysha now. And so chance now for Kusin. He knows though that he needs to run this rack. He cannot sit down. That's 2. Has he done enough?
Yeah.
Difficult shot here.
Yeah, he had a little bit too much bottom on that instead of playing towards the purple ball. He went straight up the line, which gave him a little bit of a tougher shot.
Yeah, guys like Gerald Kusin, I mean, we don't know a lot about them, but are they coached? I mean, the Filipino players that we have seen in action, and boy, there's a good quality group of them. Do they all have coaches?
No, a lot of them just,
Practice, watch a bit of YouTube?
yeah, well, it's, one of the main sports in their country, so they're all brought up on a pool table or something to do with pool. So a lot of them play it. And plus, they've got some of the best players in the world that have come from the Philippines. So that's why it's so popular. Evan Reyes, the magician they call him, Bustamante, Dennis Ucalio. The names just keep going on.
Yeah, it's interesting too in a lot of countries where you tend to have, and I've probably got to be a little bit, I don't want to make sweeping statements, but in countries where you probably tend to have a lot of, not quite the word poverty, but you've got that sort of lower socio-economic bracket.
Exactly, yeah.
A lot of these, there's incentive, isn't there, to play your way out of poverty. I guess if I use that terminology, you see it in Eastern Europe with a lot of the cyclists in some of those countries that, where maybe they've come out of a war and life is tough. It's like, sport provides me an opportunity to better my life, my family's life, and that's sometimes what you're up against. You don't realise, you think you're desperate, but it's only when you travel to some of these countries and you see the backgrounds in which some of them come from, you start to understand what real desperation is.
Oh, yes, definitely. Okay, as I was talking earlier, here's a bit of a kick shot demonstration. He's lined it all up, marked it all out. Kick and stick. White will just stop there.
Oh, I thought for a moment there that it was about to go down from the great man, but the door's now ajar. Kusin, you suggest this is his last chance at the table.
Yeah, the 4 and 5 in the same pocket.
So, can he clear the table now?
Nice stroke here.
The Filipino maestro. Oh, just a little bit too much weight, just a little bit too excited.
Yes, I believe speed kills. A little bit too hard there.
Just need that soft hands approach at times.
What do they call it? It's clutching that.
Straws.
Clutching the straws. Yeah, I think he just wanted to play a nice, confident shot there to get him going, but like I say, the harder you hit it, the more, you're not as accurate.
Yeah, and look at Toysha then just coming back and showing his precision. And he's just got a difficult shot here on the wrong side of this ball. And so now he's deciding that he's going to, play the middle pocket, is he? Or is he going to play this bottom right?
Yeah,
Top right, I should say.
Yeah, he can play that top right corner there, I think.
But he's looking at what? He says, if I play it though, where am I going to end up being?
Yeah.
How do I come back up for the brown 7? I've got the green 6 to play.
The thing here, if he hits it real thin, he's got no control on the white ball.
Yeah.
Probably go straight in the middle or just miss the little pocket.
So chance that he's going to sink the cue ball, misses it. Good weight. Now what does he do with it? Oh, great shot from the great man, and Toysha takes it up another gear, tightens the screws.
Okay, he's looking for the percentage, even though it looks like an easy shot. He doesn't want to sell out. So you look at the percentages. If he doesn't think he's going to pot it, he'll look for safety. But I think it's on. Yeah, he's going for it. Straight back up the table.
Oh, missed it. And now, Kusin. Can he do it? Still got a tough shot here. He's got to find his way back up the table too. Does he bring it back into the middle? He plays it. And decides to play safety.
Yeah, I think he was going for the cut there, but he missed it, Mark, and kicked it instead. Okay, another aspect of Marco's game, the jump game. Airborne.
Yeah, it's a long way to travel though.
Okay, so he wants to make a long jump shot here, so he won't hold the cuers on the angle, won't have it as high. See how the angle's a little bit lower. Instead of hopping over a ball, he's going forward
So-
over the ball. Nice.
But it's wayward. It's wayward now. Now. Okay. Relatively happy with that, but you would think for Kusin, this is very much a ball that he's should pocket. And he should be able to pot. Just got to slow it down a little bit and relax. Kusin, he loves to play with a lot of weight. And again, a little bit of a nothing shot.
Don't know why he didn't try to cut that in.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest, I was sitting here thinking that was the shot, and then was somewhat surprised when, in fact, he decided to go up the other end of the table, and now Toysha will just come back, and he just can't afford to do it against this guy.
A little bit too hard there.
Yeah, but it's not going to faze him, is it, Jimmy?
Just makes the shot a little bit harder, but he should be okay. Going 4 rails. A lot of spin, a lot of speed.
Oh, nicely done. Now, have a look at the cue ball here. Look at that. Wow. That is a good shot. And you'd say that for most that would be a fluke, but for Toysha, that is precision, that is performance. That, ladies and gentlemen, is no compromise. And now, 1 ball away from going to a 4-frame to nothing lead. The Dutch master, and he gets it done just like that. And so Marco Toysha, and probably a frame that I'm not sure that he would say was his best, does enough and goes up by 4 frames to 0 in this race to 6.
Okay, our next game is Sullivan Clark versus Tone Nugent.
Yeah, Tone Nugent. We've seen a bit of Nugent.
And his son made the last 8 as well, which his dad will be proud of.
Absolutely.
He ended up playing Marco in the first match of the last 8. A lot of experience gained in that match for young Henry. So back to Errol, he plays a lot at Ball and Blues. He goes to Newland, Masse, plays down there a lot with all the Filipinos. Okay, let's see this break.
Yeah, big one required here from Toysha. He really doesn't want a dry break. Wants to get the job done. He'd love to just play through on this. It's another big break, but Lady Luck does not shine on him, and it is a dry break, but big separation between the 1 ball and the cue ball, and so he wins second prize and finds himself in a good position early on, Marco Toysha.
So he's got options here. No, he didn't call push out.
So, foul ball.
He had the option of calling the push out there, which probably every other player might have played.
So that would have been thrown it back onto Marco.
Yeah.
Marco then would have played a shot, and then based on that, decide whether or not he wanted to continue to play or allow Toysha to continue to play. And Marco here.
A nice angle to get down towards the red ball. He's got to be careful of the purple ball. He doesn't sit in behind the purple ball, but he can go forward and behind the yellow striped ball. It's perfect.
Yeah, look at that. Wow, that is just so good, isn't it?
Okay, so we'll join the dots here.
Just a case of that 5 ball, probably the one that's going to create any level of difficulty.
The 5 ball's open. That's why he's
And then
Yeah,
it is
no.
a case of the green 6, brown 7, black 8, that order.
Yeah, the only hard part here is getting from the 8 to the 9. But if he leaves himself just ahead of where the brown ball is, so he wants to just be a little bit ahead of that brown ball to give him a good angle from the black ball to the
So
winning
just
ball.
where the object
There
ball's
you go.
placed, there he goes, just takes it. Did he take it too far forward?
And that's not too bad.
Toysha, they've just got to be careful he doesn't get a bit too casual here. Still needs to treat it like it's a World Championship final. It's a sport where not often, sometimes the best player doesn't always win because of the nature of it. You do have, it is a little bit of luck, there is a little bit of chance in this. Puncher's chance. And this to go to 5 frames to nothing, and very quick 5th frame, and just rolls it in just like that. And so Marco Toysha, the gunslinger from Eindhoven, moves to match point
Yeah, so
in this Sunday night shootout semi-final.
So you're going to have to be on your game to beat Marco today. Can't afford to make any little error.
No, he's looking good, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just wonder too what summer has meant for him in regards to time at the table, or sometimes it's a case of having no time at the table and just having a little bit of a break and you can come back with a bit of clarity. Former US Open 10-ball champion back in 2019 and one of the great performances.
I happened to be there that day and he beat some good players. Shane Van Bonen, Orcolio, who else was there? Skylar Woodward beat him also. Great run.
Toysha sits down as Kusin with the break and cue ball goes down, so first foul, and now immediately an opportunity for Toysha to come to the table. We've got a little cluster down there of that 4, 5 and 9.
Well, I think I think he'll go for this because he's 5-0 ahead. Why wouldn't you?
Opportunity possibly.
Pot the 1 and slide down towards the middle pocket. Pot the 2 and open up the 4 and the 5.
Why would he not look here at the moment, Jimmy? Just asking you through layman's eyes, why would he not look at? Okay, he's got cue ball in hand. Potentially play the plant here, get rid of the 6 as well.
No, just definitely just play
Just
the 1.
come this side of the ball.
Yep.
Okay.
So play the 2 and open up that 4-5.
Yeah, that's what he's looking at doing, isn't he? He's looking to just try and move that little cluster off the shot with the cue ball, but making sure that he still has a second shot. So this is the skill set. This is the years and years of practice, is why they can pull off what he's looking to try and pull off.
Okay, he wants to be around the middle pocket here after the shot. He's perfect. Oh, a little bit too far.
And
no,
now,
that's still okay, I
now
think.
does he look to move the cluster?
Definitely has to move it here.
Yeah, so the
Just-
cluster, that's orange 5, the purple 4 and the 9 is where the cue ball will come off.
Yeah, he just needs to nudge it like that. Now use the purple ball to open it up even more. Doesn't like it. I would have went in a little bit harder, but
He'll back himself though. This is what he
of
loves.
course, yeah.
He loves the challenge, doesn't he? So he's got a little bit of a Chinese snooker, having to play over the top of the orange 5. 3 ball is the object ball, which is the red middle table. Chips that down, good weight on it, comes
on the
back
wrong
down,
side.
comes back down, comes back down. Does he kiss off? Okay, now he finds himself in a bit of trouble. Does he look to play safety? Does he have a
Definitely.
safety shot?
Yes, he does. Just double it and leave the white ball behind these 2 balls here.
Yeah, he's done it. Maybe not as well as he'd hoped, but he has done it. But he has certainly given, I think, Kusin an opportunity here. So whether Kusin can take it or not. It's one thing being presented with an opportunity. It's another thing. Puts the 8 down and that'll count, because that is what we call it. Was that intentional or was that a fluke, Jimmy?
That was, just hit and hope.
Hit and hope, and he got away with it. As long as it came off the purple 4 ball first. What it does after that and what ball goes down, well, it's entirely in fate's hands. Oh, runs that nicely. Good shot. Now, cue ball. Where's it positioned? Chance here. Can he put the 9 down and win the frame?
No, I don't think that angle's on.
Has he just hit and hope?
Yeah, hard to find a safety out of this.
Does he go for it? No, going to play safety.
Hard to find a safety out of this. Oh, I don't like his next shot if Marco doesn't take this on. You know what he's going to do, don't you? Stop the white ball right behind the 9 ball. If the 6 ball was open, he'd have a go.
Gentle she goes.
Doesn't want it there. So even if he doesn't hit this mark, it's no gain for Marco because the finish is not on, so I wouldn't really want to hit this.
Oh, he does hit it though.
Yeah, but look
But
what
he's opened
left
it up. Yeah, it would have been better just to throw it back, wouldn't he? Pick up another foul and just say to Toysha, well, look, you maybe do something for me.
Yeah.
But that's that ability to think, isn't it, in that split second under pressure. I mean, you do this for a living full time, Jimmy. You sit back here. Your job is about scenarios in the sport. For Errol Kusin, well, he's still an emerging talent. The obvious is not always there. Oh, good. Oh, shot now. Another chance here for Kusin to come to the table and clear it. Can he do it? I think Kusin's problem too is just at times he's played with just a bit too much weight. Just needs to look to play with some soft hands. That is a better shot.
Hang on, wait. Oh, that
Clips
was a
the
nice
corner.
nudge, yeah.
Gets away with it.
Because that weight looked like it was going to sit behind the 9 ball. Got a lucky little nudge there. From the help of the middle pocket. Straight down the table. It's a nice angle. Perfect. You should get this. Jaw. Oh.
You're just kissing that corner.
Yeah, he wanted to do it again. Would have been helpful, but...
No, he should be okay from here though, Jimmy, at this level. So the ball goes down, brings that cue ball down, now gives him a shot of winning the frame. Not 100% a gimme. And there it is.
Nice.
So 5 frames to 1. Good performance, good comeback from Errol Kusin. And so Marco Toysha flinches for the first time this afternoon in the semi-final. Had an opportunity, couldn't quite take it. As we go back and look at the replay of the finish.
Quite tough with these short races. Less time to sort of get into the game. You have to come out guns blazing straight away. Next up, Sullivan Clark versus Tone Nugent. I think they've had a match between those two before. I aren't sure who won, but I'm sure I can recall seeing it before. I have to find out about that mark, see if they had a match before then. It's a bit of break. Ball's moving. Perfect. Wow, that's a great break.
Toysha wanting to just do play through this rack.
Stop the ball there.
It's 1.
Has he got enough angle there to get back behind the 3 ball, or is he going to play the 3 in the corner?
So 3 beat ball, which is the red solid, if you're not that familiar with them. right next to the green ball. He gets rid of one, comes up. Can he thread the needle here? Might have done just enough. Beautiful weight. And now big shot. But watch the weight that he plays with too. Just has such a good feel of the cue. Really good feel of this table. Now come back up for this orange 5 ball.
Yeah, good angle here to get back behind the 6 ball. Two options, can get the white ball to where it is now or right behind the 6 ball for the middle pocket. Just keep it simple and go for the corner pocket, I'd say.
That's the words of the great Jimmy Henry, the professor. If you are wanting to take your Q Sports to a slightly different level, do check out Masse, check out the website, check out Jimmy the Professor Henry is available. Become a member. You can get some expert tuition. I went and saw Jimmy about my game and he just said to me, Mark, you can't put back in what God left out, and I left pretty quickly and hopped in the car, and that was my Q Sports career.
In saying that, Mark, we have got a holiday program coming up next week. Wednesday I'll be in Gleneden, Thursday I'll be in Hamilton, and I think Tuesday I'll be in Pukekohe, or vice versa. Tuesday I'm in Gleneden, sorry.
So Marco Toisha looks to just run this up. Look at the weight. Has he done enough? No, he hasn't. He's opened the door now. So Kusin has a chance here to finish this frame.
Yeah, that only happened because Marco didn't get a good angle after the 5 ball. Wanted to be a little bit straighter.
That's one. Now, what's he done? He's played it nicely. Chance here. Got to run it though. Going to come back for that 8 ball, which is kissing the cushion, kissing the rail.
You can draw back, put the 8 ball in the same pocket, or you could nudge into it. Just got to watch out for the in-off. Nudged into it.
Nudged
Oh,
into it.
perfect.
Oh. Yep.
Very nice. Looks like he's got an angle that can go across the table.
So 2 little errors from Toisha, and the door has opened, and it is Kusin. Now, one
Beautiful
shot
shot.
away from taking this to an 8th frame. And does he have the ability to do it? Comes
Nice
in,
shot.
plays it, does it, and we will go to an 8th frame. So Marco Toisha still leading Errol Kusin by 5 frames to 2. Really good comeback from the man of Filipino origins. Hope you are enjoying coverage here of the summertime Sunday night shootout from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. Special thanks, of course, to Predator Arcadia cloth, and of course playing with the Predator ball.
Yes. Arcos 2.
Yeah.
Arcos 2 balls. The Apex, a 9-foot table, which is made of steel. Steel frame, solid legs. One of the best tables I've sort of put together.
No magnet in the cue ball.
No, otherwise would be going on off all the time, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's for the coin operated tables, Mark.
That's why your cue ball often ends up one end of the table and your other balls end up down the other, and you think, how does that work?
Exactly.
Well, because the cue ball will have a magnet in it. The mechanics below will draw the ball to one end of the table. It's a really good break too
Yeah, I
from
don't.
Kusin in terms of balls down. It's now whether a case of whether or not he can map the table from here. Difficult shot on the 1 ball to start.
Definitely.
Much finds himself a really tough little cut shot here.
He's got to be careful of the in-off.
What does he look to bank this?
No, he's going to cut it.
Cuts
There
it.
you go.
Nicely
Look out
done.
for the in-off. He's all right.
And
Great.
it's a really good get out of trouble shot. And so things are set up nicely for him to be able to close the gap and take it to 5 frames to 3. But he can't afford to miss now. And he's not happy with that shot. Not happy at all.
Yeah, he's on the wrong side of the 2 ball to sort of get position on the 4 ball. Nudging that 7 didn't help.
Now does he look to bank this?
No, he'll go for the safety. Hide behind the orange and the striped ball, but is it hard enough? Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, really good shot. I think Toysha can thread the needle, though, can't he? Between
Yeah.
the 9 ball and the 5 ball. We talked a little earlier about threading the needle and sewing, and Jimmy doesn't reckon that people sew these days.
There's a lot of alteration shops around.
Yeah, there are, aren't there? People just
Yeah,
like the
a lot.
guesswork taken out now, don't they? It's like, well, I can't do it. I might as well get someone else to do it.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't even know. Do they still sell sewing machines, Jimmy?
Wow. Yeah, they do.
What was the brand? Benina, was it?
Singer.
Singer Benina?
Yeah, Barina. Yeah, Barina.
Yeah. Benina? Barina?
No, I think you
I think
got
it was
right.
Benina, yeah.
Yeah. The old Singer machines, mate. Wow. The foot pedal ones.
Yeah, a bit before my time, Jimmy, but nice little jump shot, but managed to get it on from Toysha. Couldn't do anything more than that. However, it is still very much an open table, and Kusin has some challenging shots in front of him if he's to take this to a game 9, to a frame 9.
Yeah, I think Marco's just, waiting for his one opportunity to get that last frame. One mistake from Errol here,
There we go.
and this could be it. Still land to give me.
Yep.
One big shot here from Marco will win it in the frame.
Toysha, the Dutch master. A man from Eindhoven.
Okay, it's going for the bottom left or the top left as we look at the TV here. Top left side. Come back off the side rail and back towards the orange ball. Drawn to the side rail.
Oh, shot. Toysha just starting to come apart a little bit here.
He's just gone off the ball a little bit, but
Yeah.
he'll be right.
He's just got to regain that composure. Even the great players can have their moments. But Kusin, he's slowly building his confidence. But every time Toysha's got himself into a bit of difficulty. He's, oh, nice shot.
Yeah,
nice shot.
cannon.
Lovely little cannon putting that 8 ball down.
Oh, perfect.
Took everybody off guard, but a very intentional shot. One less ball on the table. Now, does he look for the plant here? 4-5.
No, the 4 goes past the 5. There you go.
Okay, now he comes back for the 5. Real nice control of the cue ball here. Difficult shot though, still on the 7 if he doesn't run this through a little bit.
Yeah, run off 2 rails. Perfect line here. So he
Yeah.
has to pot the ball now. Automatic position. White ball in the centre of the table for the 9 if he pots it.
It's a big shot. If he misses this, he goes home and he misses it. It just sits there. And wow, you can sense the frustration from him. They'll wait, but gravity's not going to go his way. And now Marco Toysha, you would think, fairly fundamental shot here to wrap this match up. 2 balls away, Toysha from moving into the final of the summertime Sunday night shootout.
Once again, it's not a give me. The ball is tucked right and deep into the pocket.
Beautifully played though from
Once,
the Dutch master.
once again, using the 2 rails to slow the ball up, get the right pace.
And now Toysha for the match.
Very nice.
And he gets the job done. Maiko Toysha wins by 6 frames to 2 and now waits the winner of Tone Nugent and Sullivan Clark. That semi-final not too far away, live from the Pukekohe, live from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. Hope you are enjoying coverage. Semi-final 2 shortly.
Very nice.
The venue is the Masse Club in Pukekohe. It is semi-finals time in the summertime Sunday night shootout, and this should be an absolute classic. Tone Nugent up against Sullivan Clark. Sullivan Clark, arguably New Zealand's #1 player. If you take Marco Teuscher out of the equation, who has dual nationality and sort of wavering still in representing the Netherlands versus New Zealand, and Tone Nugent, well, from Auckland's North Shore. We haven't seen a lot of him, but we know that he's a quality player.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Tone's been around for a few years and he's won quite a few major national titles, and yeah, he's done everything.
Well, we will ask both players now to come to the table, get ready for the lag, and determine who will break. So I think for Tone too, it's a chance, isn't it? Because television table, live streaming, under the lights, and our referee there, one of the best in Steve Lai.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work in Singapore, qualified referee.
And he will determine that, and I think it'll go the way of Sullivan Clark.
So Tone Nugent has been around for a while, and has played a lot of pool.
Yep, first to 6. Sullivan Clark doesn't have a nickname. We're talking to him about it, and he said, look, you guys are not giving me one, so we won't. But nicknames are something that should just organically grow, that somehow you're in a team bus and you might do something silly, or you might eat something, or you might have a mannerism, and suddenly it sticks. You might not necessarily like it, but it sort of sticks. I mean, they call you the Professor Jimmy because you take people back to school, mate, and you've got a high intellect.
I wouldn't
Were
say
you good
that.
with beakers at school? Were you good with the old beakers?
Beakers?
You know, in science labs, the things called the
Oh,
beakers
those
and the
things,
test
make
tubes and all
explosions.
that.
Learn how
Yeah.
to make bombs.
Yeah. Anyway, we will get back. So, no magic rack, which means that the breaks do become not as guaranteed in terms of some of those balls automatically going down. Those what they call the wing ball.
Yeah, the 8 or the 2 usually go down. Let's see what happens.
So Sullivan Clark looking to come across to the left side of the table. From Sacred Heart College originally. Remarkable talent.
There you go.
Good break. Good break too from Clark. Let's just now have a look at where the ball's all. Should have no problem on the 1. Where's that 2 ball? 2 ball. Going to be difficult to get down there. So does he look immediately to play a safety shot here, Jimmy?
No, you'll definitely play the 1 ball. If you can get behind the 2 ball, then there's safety there. Play the 2 ball, hide behind the purple and green ball. Once he makes this shot here.
And just disrupts it and
nudge.
Breaks it up, but not the shot that he wanted. So he's got a tough shot, but this is what will test Sullivan Clark. He's a very intelligent player. He's got a high intellect. He's a thinker. And now he'll look to try and play some safety. And he does. Has he done enough? Has he done enough?
Yes, look at this.
That is superb from Sullivan Clark. Really, really good start.
What a kick shot. Kick shot safety. There was a little bit of luck involved, I'd say. All you want to do is make separation, create some distance, but he got a little bit more out of it. Okay, Tone Nugent, the owner of Paul and Blues.
Browns Bay in Auckland.
Nice room up there with 16 or so tables. See how he gets out of the snooker.
And can't do it. So early advantage goes the way of Sullivan Clark. It's interesting when you talk about a bit of a fluke or getting a bit lucky. Now, I want to put a scenario to you shortly there, Jimmy, and just get your thoughts on it. Sullivan Clark surveys the table, surveys his options.
It's a great feeling when you get a little bit lucky. Beautiful technique. Runs down the back behind the red ball.
Yeah.
Perfect weight. Look at that weight.
Got great precision. Look, in my small, short time of being around the sport and probably in its infancy, you know, I too can just see the progression and the maturity of Sullivan Clark, and just even the little subtle changes in form and technique, as you mentioned. And
take him up the table and behind the purple. Wants to get near the middle. Beautiful weight.
Runs that nicely. Have a look here, folks. You're watching another player whose mantra is very much about precision, performance, no compromise. He's going to finish this today. He'll go out for a 19-kilometre run, he was telling me. Big emphasis on fitness and clarity and keeping the mind fresh.
Another player that's beaten world-class players.
Yeah, and what he's searching for, he says, look, I can beat one player and I can beat a world-class player, but I've got to be able to string back-to-back wins over the big players. Beat one, then you got to the next one, then you got the next one. And
that's right.
That's what he's searching for. He doesn't feel he's far away. Boy, that is quality from this young man. Looking for just another year of development. Trains hard, works hard at his craft.
Might be a little bit straight on the 6 ball here.
Really nice camera shot there. Give you an idea of some of the body language too. And
so it looks like he's going to roll this forward and behind the brown ball. He's going to have a tough shot off the rail, I'd say.
And gets a little bit on that. That's a nice shot. Now, the work to be done. 9 ball sits in the middle of the table, close to the rail. Clark will be going high on the cue ball. You can just see that. So he's going to run this through. Brings it down, brings it down, brings it down. Nice shot, nice shot, nice shot. Oh, pinpoint accurate from Sullivan Clark. That is a very, very good shot indeed. Yeah, great frame from the young New Zealander.
Yeah, good start.
I was going to say, Jimmy, you know, you talk about sometimes there's a fluke or you're a little bit of luck, but if you want to, I don't know if you play much golf. I play a bit of golf, but I'm not good at it. But I've sometimes pulled out the miracle putt. You might hit it from 18 feet and it goes in and someone says, oh, that's a fluke. Well, hang on a minute. I'm lining it up.
Yep.
Might be 18 feet away, but it went in. So is it a fluke or?
For you, I'd say it would be.
No, but the intent is to get it in.
Yeah.
You lined it up.
Yeah.
You putted it and it went in.
Okay, so on a pool table, if you do that and it doesn't go in, well, it's a bad shot.
That's right. And if it does go down, some people say, oh, that was a fluke. Well, hang on a minute. It wasn't. That was the intent.
Well, not if it doesn't go in the pocket that you wanted it to go in.
No, but I'm saying it does go in the pocket you want it to go in, Jimmy.
Okay, that's a good shot.
Yeah, it's a great shot. There you go. Thank you. Good break. So
Nice.
the ball has gone down.
Yeah, nice control.
Might have been a
right tone.
5. And now we've also just lost the 2 ball. But he is snookered a little bit behind the 8 ball with that 1. So he's got a difficult shot coming now. Can he see a pocket? Or does he look to play safety? Or does he look to jump?
Well,
Too
it's
close to the 8 ball to jump here, Jimmy?
Yeah, too close for a jump shot. But in saying that, he's also got the push out.
He can.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to play though.
Yeah, looks like it's on.
He's going to back himself. I think he realises he's going to have to play positively to win this. Can't sit back and wait. And has a chance here to cut this into that corner.
He could also play safety there and the back over to the corner of the...
Well, I think he gave himself both options, didn't
Yes.
he? He looked to cut. If it went down, it went down. But he also knew that worst case scenario, he would have a very good safety shot.
Yeah, great safety. That was an excellent shot. Excellent option. He knew that he could hit the edge of the 1 ball and he knew it would do that. Come off the rail and leave him safe. I think he got a bonus out of it too by the snooker.
Sullivan Clark will love the challenge though. There's one thing you just don't get in training, does it? You've got to have jeopardy. And there's a lot on this. You just try these shots in training. You know, if you miss, you can just reset it up and do it again. Game situation. You sit down and you turn the table over. Now, looks to go long. Nicely played. Use the angles. And beautiful play because look at the position here of the cue ball. I think has he done enough to snooker him?
Could be.
He's certainly got that 8 ball there in the way. He's got a difficult shot with the Chinese snooker, so he's going to have to set his bridge up in his cue and play over the top of the 9 ball, which is going to just mean that his eye line's not going to be quite there.
You might see an edge of it.
Can he cut this in? Can he cut this in? Nguyen with the shot. Great shot. Now comes back up the table. Next is the 3 ball.
Okay, does that go past the brown ball? I think it does, just. But where's the purple going? Same pocket. I can hold for that purple ball. Beautiful shot.
He runs that nicely, doesn't he, Jimmy? Great weight. Great weight. Six is probably doable. A little bit of distance between the cue ball and the object ball. He's got to come back for the brown 7. So what does he do here with the cue ball?
Yeah, it just goes across the table.
There's 1. Oh, missed the shot. He knows he should have got it too. I wonder if we've got a replay of that.
That could be costly there.
Not sure Sullivan Clark will miss from here. I mean, you do a lot of drills in this area,
Of course, yeah.
Jimmy, where you basically just spread them on the table and it's just basic fundamentals, sink all of them.
Yeah, so this angle here, the strike ball is in the way, could be in the way to get back behind the 7. See?
Yeah.
There you go. Hit the strike ball and out of position now.
Did he have any other options though? I mean, you called it early. He would have been aware of it.
Yes.
Was it the only shot?
Well, he could have played other shots, but it would have been a hard brown ball, but I think he should be able to bank this.
So he's going to bank this.
Nice.
And just brings it across the other side of the table. So the old little zigzag that we've all done at home, or hit and hoped, and sometimes we've pulled it off and sometimes we haven't. So
okay, this is the key shot here. Tough shot. Pot the 8 ball and stay in the middle of the table.
yeah, so you play 2 rails, will he, Jimmy?
No, you'll just come straight into the middle of the table.
Right.
There you go.
1. Oh, there you go.
What?
And
Wow.
misses that, and now he will concede the frame. He has a look at the table, Sullivan Clark. He knows he should have done better. He'll automatically know where it went wrong for him, but he'll put it out of his mind very quickly. And so Tone Ewan takes it to 1 frame each in the race to 6. A frame that both players had real opportunities of winning, and then some uncharacteristic unforced errors at key times. It went back and forward, but it was Ewan who was given the lucky break, and suddenly it is 1 frame each.
Yeah, he had a bit too much spin and drawback on that ball to make it do that. Less drawback, he would have been alright.
Yeah, quite warm in here today too, so no air conditioning on, and you can see the players there just got a little bit of a beat on.
Tone Nugent.
And so Sullivan Clark coming across this favoured left-hand side of the table, done a lot of work in this area on the break. One in a good break, great form.
Okay, dry break.
I always wonder whether Ewan decides to hand this back to him. What does he do here, Jimmy?
That's what he does. He pushes the white ball to anywhere on the table he likes. Then Sullivan has the option. Send him back in or play it himself. I'm sure Sullivan will tell him to play it himself, but Sullivan never gives away a shot. He has given the table back.
So Sullivan Clark, object ball is the yellow ball at the top of the table between the red and the orange. Comes down, looking to play safety here, brings it back, just looks to try and thread the needle. Not a bad job, but you scoured a bit there, Jimmy. What are you seeing?
Yes, left the combination on if he wants it.
The 1-9.
Yeah.
Go for it, I'd say.
Yes,
Back
you'd have
yourself.
to, yeah.
Back yourself. So what we mean by that is that he's allowed to play the 1 onto the 9 ball. Whoever sinks the 9 ball wins the game in this format, as long as you do it off the object ball. In this case it is the 1. If the 1 was down, it would have to be from the 2 onto the 9. So he's looking at it. He's going for it. How much weight required here, Jimmy?
It's like a hidden hope shot. Play it quite firm, so it doesn't sit over the pocket.
And
Oh, look at that.
he plays a stunning shot. Was that the intention, Jimmy?
No, definitely not. That's why he gave the wave.
So I didn't see the wave, so
I'm
that's the
sorry.
fluke. But he gets away with it. Now, what's he got left? So he's got the blue 2 ball, then he's got the 3 red, this end of the table, up the top end of the table.
Yeah, it's going to try and sit behind the red and the 9 ball. Stripe yellow ball. Oh, he went for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can... I think in the situation of the plant with the 9 you go for it, but you know, the good players have that ability to play safety, don't they? They don't get tempted, they don't gamble.
That's right.
And
Percentages, good
tempting,
players.
yeah, it's tempting to gamble, isn't it? It's tempting to go for the television shot, and sometimes you've just got to go, no, let's play the percentages.
A little bit too hard, but still good. Well, that was great bounce. Nice big bounce off the back rail there. Remember big bounce?
No, I don't actually, Jimmy.
Sheridan. And saying that, he made the last 16, so I think he's in the top 4 at the moment, rankings. So he's the 4th top player in Masse, all of Masse.
Who's our number 1 player?
Marco?
2, Sullivan.
No. Marvin Pedrigo.
Oh, Marvin Pedrigo, another one of the Filipino army.
Yes.
He's done great things for the game in this country. Oh, misses it, Sullivan Clark now. Yeah, just uncharacteristic shot. Another little lapse in concentration perhaps.
Well, when we see a lot of Sullivan's games, you know, I think he uses a lot of those semi-final games to build towards that final game. You know, you watch him in every final, he's pretty much spot on. But in the semi-finals, there are quite a few errors he does make, but once he gets to that final, if he does make it, hardly any. Nice pot by Tone.
Yeah, great pot. Now, what's he got here? Got some work to do.
Yeah, he's got a shot on the 5. If he can screw past that yellow stripe ball, the 9 ball, he'll be okay. He can get down table, but if he runs into it, a little bit of luck becomes involved.
So looking to try and cut this ball.
Yeah, and get him past the 9.
To this top right pocket. And he misses it. He misses it, and so advantage goes back the way of Sullivan Clark. Intriguing 3rd frame in the race to 6.
Not too bad a leave. Let's go for the bank shot. Yes, he does. Okay, he can play this bank a bit short and leave it safe on the top rail. Let the white ball run towards the end table, the 6 ball.
So here we go. Television shot.
There you
Plays
go.
it, plays it, plays it. Oh, just not quite enough on it, but great intent from Sullivan Clark. Almost managed to put the 6 down at the same time up the other end. And so, Tony Newitt, neither player really wants to see to win this frame at the moment. And I'm not sure that Newitt necessarily has this in the bag either.
Is he going to go for safety or is he going to go for the pot?
I think he's looking like safety here, Jimmy.
Trying to create some distance. He's left him a clean shot. Okay, this is Sullivan's chance to nudge ahead.
Yeah, Sullivan looks at it and thinks, man, what is going on here? Nothing is easy. There are no gimmies, because this is a tough shot. That's 1. That's good. That's good. Now, let's have a look at that cue ball. So, no real issue here in terms of potting the green 6. What does he want to do with the cue ball?
Okay, he could play off the rail or he could draw straight back to the middle of the table. Play rail first, go 2 rails, or draw back. 2 options.
It's going very low on the cue ball here, so I wonder whether he is going to draw back.
Yes, he is. Nice shot.
Yeah.
Nice weight.
Yeah, does
Got a
bring it
shot.
back.
Beautiful. Nice control. This is a shot that will show us control. Nice weight with a bit of English to straighten the ball up for the black. Look at that. Beautiful.
No, it's just unforced error here. It's the only thing that should cost him this 3rd frame. Otherwise, she should take this out. Pretty basic for a guy of this quality. Here's 1. Brings it back nicely. Beautifully positioned for the 9 ball. Resets. He's cocked and loaded. And just like that, Sullivan Clark takes the 3rd frame and leads Tone Ewan by 2 frames to 1 in the race to 6.
Like I say, you know, we've watched a lot of Sullivan play, and a lot of his semi-final games have been a little bit scratchy, but when it comes to the final, you know, so I'm sure he just builds up towards that final. Saves all his good shots for the final. Doesn't use too much energy.
No, he'll be ruining a couple of missed opportunities there. He knows that he's better than that. He is such a perfectionist, and he's got to be, and we've spoken to him about it, and he's got a really good head on him. You've got to be careful that you don't become too intense, do you? That you can become such a perfectionist that you just never really at any point relax. Still got to play with soft hands, still got to play with clarity.
Yes, he's got all the shots, he's got all the touches, he's got everything.
Just don't want to be overthinking it. And so Tone Ewan now with the break. And at the moment, it's a dry break.
Nice break. No, he got one. He got
Did
the black ball.
Did he got the black ball? I didn't see it go down, Jimmy. So, he does.
If you can get this one ball, you know, the 2's over the pocket. One good shot, but if he doesn't like it, he's going to go to the safety game. That one ball in the right-hand corner there is not really a good option because could snooker himself. Could go on off. I think he just looked at that option. Doesn't like it. Okay, he's going to sit that white ball in behind the green. Okay, I think that's the shot. Sitting behind the green. Nice weight here. Oh, look at that. A little bit too hard. Very tough shot.
Yeah, draw now. A jar for Sullivan Clark. He will automatically looking across the table. You can just see that little movement on the head. Okay, this is first phase. What's second and third phase look like?
Okay, you'll just put this one, go straight down the table.
And there goes one.
Wow.
There goes.
It's pretty good. Get a straight shot at the 3 ball, but how is he going to get position on the 4 ball? That's the key to winning the frame, 3 to 4.
Purple ball there in the middle of the table is what Jimmy's referring to. There's 2 shots from now.
Beautiful. Okay, here it is. Just going to keep it basic, I think.
Yeah, tough shot, isn't it?
It's an easy shot, but to get to the 4 ball, it's a tough shot. So you just keep it basic.
But I mean, at this level, that's what you define a shot, isn't it? It's not about necessarily just, I mean, the shot is, yeah, pocketing the ball, but controlling the cue ball.
There it is. That's the best shot he could get.
Yeah, got a difficult shot here. Bottom right, Jimmy. Is that the pocket?
Yeah, bottom right is the one end of this frame.
Yeah, you want to control it here. He's got options, hasn't he? Depending on what he wants to do with that orange 5 ball.
Okay, yeah, if I played that shot, I'd make sure I'd go up and down the table. Can't say too much because he's so close to us. There you go,
Oh,
folks, he
nice
played it.
shot, great shot. Comes back and beautifully positioned now.
That's
Two. That is really good from Sullivan Clark. Jimmy picked it. Key moment. Go back, have a look at the replay here. Look at the precision. Nicely done.
Okay, again, that strike 9 ball is in the way, Mark, for him coming down the table and back up for the green. So let's see how he plays it. See, he's having another think about it. The 9 ball's in the way, folks. Can he draw back to the other side of the 6 ball?
Going low on the cue ball. Going low on the cue ball.
Yeah, he drew back behind the 6 ball, which is a great shot. Look at that precision.
Yep. And well called too, Jimmy. He knew immediately that the obvious shot was not the obvious shot because it had ramifications.
Beautiful stroke.
Yeah, boy, he's got a lovely little touch, hasn't he? The Midas touch.
Okay, punch that in and get the white ball to run behind the 9 ball. Perfect line, perfect angle to get to the 9 ball.
Yeah, these are the situations, I think, with Sullivan that he really just wants to make sure that he can finish here. He wants to just make sure that he can run through the frame from a position like this and not let little errors undo him at key times. And that is a really, really good shot from Sullivan Clark. And this to go to a 3 frames to 1 lead over Tone Ewan. Does it superbly. Wonderful display from Sullivan Clark.
Yeah, I'm sure there was a little bit of luck involved there. He has a bit of a smile and a bit of a wave. I'm sure he was playing to the rail and back out, but he got the nice kiss there. Everyone has a smile. These short frames, toss of the coin. Longer frames or longer races, usually the better player does come through. So if Tone can win this and just stay with him, he's got a big chance. He needs this frame. Doesn't want Sullivan to get too far ahead. Feels much more comfortable on this side of the table to break, more open.
Yeah, big break here. Yeah, nice break.
Nice little snap break there.
So certainly lost the 1 ball. I think we lost the
wow.
2 ball as well.
Was that a little bit unlucky there, that kiss?
Well, yep, he can.
Was looking good there for a minute. Let that 4 come through and kiss the 7 ball. Oh, it does look like it's on. Got the ref in behind watching the shot.
The referee today is Stephen Light. He's going to push it out, so he can play a shot here. Hand it over to Tone Ewan, and then Tone can decide to take it or throw it back at him.
Definitely going to give it back. Know what he's up to. So he's up to the leaving Tone jump shot. Tone's definitely giving it back.
Yeah, you can immediately see that Sullivan has gone straight, put his cue down and picked up another one immediately before the decision had even been made, knowing exactly what he was up to.
Yeah.
So Big shot here. Not sure that we've seen enough from Ewan yet to suggest that Sullivan Clark misses this, that he's not going to be at the table again.
Well, even if he does get to the table, Mark, look at where that 5 is. You know, that's a hard rack to run.
Yeah, the orange ball table there.
Ooh.
Oh, I thought he might have got a little bit lucky then, but he hasn't. Now, where does that 3 ball sit? And he gets away with it, Sullivan Clark. So, chance here. Is there a chance here we could put the 8 in here?
No. Well, no, it doesn't look like it. But this is where you need the ref. So, anything he can do here is just. He's looking for a snooker, soft shot.
Now, other forms of cue sports outside of 9 ball, you have to come off the rail if you're just going to look to play a snooker. Right, the cue ball or the object ball has to come off one of the rails. Is that true for 10 ball as well, Jimmy, or is it?
Yes, every American game.
Other than the 9 ball.
Nice touch.
Yeah, so a little game of cat and mouse here. Who blinks first? I thought to think Sullivan Clark relishes these opportunities. He just loves to think it. He loves to be able to plan and challenge himself to get himself out of difficulty.
Yeah, I think he's been in every situation you can be in pool.
Mm.
He knows how to play the shot. Look at that. Wow.
That is a very, very good 9 ball shot. Separation between the cue ball and the object ball, but also hiding behind the 8 ball. And so 2 different scenarios that Ewan has to deal with. Distance and not necessarily a line of fire.
He also has to get out of it. And, you know, in these situations here, if you don't think you can get out of it, you might as well play the 8 onto something or do something.
Yes. Yeah, use it
deliberately. Yeah, deliberate foul. But I think he can just get past that 5 ball. He doesn't want to hit it. Otherwise he's going to open the table.
And gets past and
nice,
does it, brings it down the table. Does he get a bit of luck? Cue ball stays on the table. Thought it might have been a little bit of an in-off, but it didn't. And now it is open. What can Sullivan Clark do here? Can he? Now, there's a chance here, Jimmy, also to move that 5 ball,
yes,
knowing it is precariously placed with that 9 ball, and he's going to have to get there very shortly.
That's what he'll do. Try and sit in behind the orange ball. Try and pot it. Giving him a chance, and Tone's going to take this. Here we go, Mark. Plant time.
So he's going to have a crack here at the 9 to take the frame. So 3 onto the 9 ball to take the frame.
He might play safety. No, he's gone for it.
He's gone for it, and he missed it well and truly too.
Wow, he's opened up the door.
Didn't even really look like it was on, did it? I mean, it looked like it was on, but from the moment it left the Q-tip, it just never really looked like it was heading in the right direction. But I love the intent. I love the attacking intent from Tony Ewan.
Yes, sometimes, you know, you're left that situation and you just have to have a go.
But I think also, too, in terms of growing the sport, people want the money shot, and that is a money shot. Let's not kid ourselves. People want people to take risks. Now, Sullivan Clark gets rid of 1. Brings
Nice
the ball
touch.
down nicely. 4, and then the orange 5. Up the table to the green 6.
Yeah, just stop the white ball there. Reason being is because he's going in and out, I think. Yep, he is, and behind it. Okay, not bad. He's got the angle to run towards the green ball. There's going to be a key shot here, nice shot. Run forward, come back out to the middle. Play it with a lot of pace and speed. There you go, beautiful.
You got a real sense that he's got just a real understanding of his game now, hasn't he? He really does have it down packed, and he's got a really good understanding of this game in terms of different scenarios and different outcomes that each presents.
Straight down the middle of the table, natural angle.
Yeah.
The same shot to get to the black, natural angle. It's got to find the right weight. And he did.
Now it comes across to the 8.
Perfect angle here to get back to the middle of the table.
Does that.
Yeah, well, it was all just about just run the ball in at the right pace.
And this to take Sullivan Clark to a 4 frames to 1 in the race to 6. He does it over Tone Ewan. And so we will go to the 6th frame of this intriguing semi-final. The winner to take on the gunslinger from Eindhoven, the great Marco Teuscher.
Deja vu.
Yeah, deja vu. So many times we've turned up and so many times it's been these two in the final. And I tell you what, based on what we've seen, I'm not sure that necessarily one or the other will go into that final as a favourite if in fact Clark does get the job done against Ewan. Really, he's just had that one frame which was the second frame where he was a little bit out of sorts, but now Ewan will come to the table. I'd imagine Sullivan Clark will be hoping that Ewan gets a good break here and gets on a bit of a run, because I'm not sure that we've seen enough from Ewan to suggest that he can run through a rack at the moment.
Oh yeah, he needs to get going. Once he gets going, he'll be right.
Yeah, so just have a look here. Does he have a pocket for the one, Jimmy?
Yes, he does. That's a beautiful rack.
Just having a look there. So
everything links up.
He can thread the needle, can he? He can.
Yep.
So one ball, and then comes back for the 2 down the far end. Back up for the purple 4.
99% chance he should get this. Everything is pretty well. Oh, he's gone for the safety, so it mustn't have been on. Beautiful safety.
So he didn't have a pocket,
Great
and we
safety.
are going to get that overhead camera coming shortly in time and give us a better idea.
Jeez, how is he going to get out of this?
Well, carefully.
Can't see a way out, Mark.
Does he just commit the foul like you say, Jimmy, and just...
But he can't hit any other ball straight on, you know. He's got no option but to have a go at the one.
It's been a really, really good shot from Ewan.
I think that 7's going to move.
So the referee will come in, and you can just see Stephen lie there, coming over the top. That'll be the deftest of touches. Didn't move it. It's done a good job. He's given himself a chance here. Best situation under very tough circumstances for Sullivan Clark. Straight out of the Jimmy Henry, the Professor School of Play.
Okay, the 1 ball cannon maybe to the 5 ball. Use the white ball to pot the 5. Maybe. Or put the 1 onto the 5. Use the brown ball to keep the white ball down there.
Okay, so this is not a plant, this is a cannon, but he looks for the plant, doesn't quite pull it off, and brings it right down to the far end of the table, and makes for a very interesting shot from Sullivan Clark. Some would describe as a very difficult shot. So the plant on now, Jimmy. Can he thread the needle? Can he get through there?
No, it's going to jump it and hopefully hit the edge of the 1 ball.
Because he's also got that purple 4 ball just sitting there too, which is acting as a bit of a shield.
Okay, the ref will have to come down this end to see if he's going to hit that 1 ball first or the 4 ball. He's in the wrong position to see the shot. Oh, great. Clean. Didn't even need the ref. And look at this. Oh, doesn't get away with it. Anywhere on the table but there. Let's see a safety game. Probably sitting behind the 9 ball. Striped yellow, white ball.
Intriguing game. It's not been a free-flowing game at all. It's been one of... Now remember, overseas they'll have to have a 30-second shot clock, which then throws another dynamic in. It's not the case here for this. Let's have a look here. What does he do with it? What's he done with it? What was the intent? Does he pull it off?
No. He was going for distance. Still hasn't left Tony an easy pot the 1 and get onto the 2. Tony has to just pot the ball and let the white ball run. The key here is just to pot the ball. Don't worry about the white ball. That's the way. Yeah, let it run. A little bit unlucky. Look at that. How? Ask him to do that shot again, you'll never be able to do it.
Yeah, the question is though, is he shown enough to suggest that he can see this through?
Look at the jump cue up.
Yeah. Now this is going to be absolute television if he can pull this bad boy off. Gets high over the top, hit down on it. Jump shot comes and almost gets away with it. Is he okay? That cue ball stuck behind the 8 ball, 2 ball, so gets out of jail. So manages to manufacture something positive out of that. Puts Clark back under pressure. Race to 6 frames. Sullivan Clark leading by 4-1. 2 New Zealanders contesting this semi-final. The winner to take on the Dutch master Marco Teuscher.
Okay, the jump cue again. So there's a lot of tournaments around where, well, overseas they play for big money. You can only use the jump cue 5 times, but it's like a race to 63. 21 games a day. And out of those 63 matches, you can only use the jump cue 5 times.
Imagine early on you're not bringing it out at all, unless you want to just try and get a jump, but, you know, in terms of distancing yourself early, but... And so this game just still on a little bit of a knife edge. It now just opens up a little bit here. So chance now for Tone Ewan.
What I'd like to see is the jump cue taken out of the, out of the game.
Oh, I think there's something quite magical about it. I think maybe it's like anything, you put a restriction on it, don't you? Because I mean, I was watching, when we saw Marco Teuscher up in Puerto Rico, there was a situation there, I think in one game or one thing, 3 brilliant jump shots, and you do. Yeah. It's the top 10 plays of the week type stuff, isn't it?
Definitely, it's good when they come off, We've seen one here against Marco Teuscher and Sullivan. Remember that time where Sullivan put him back in and he jumped out and run the rack and won it? I think that was the final frame.
And now, Ewan.
Okay, to the middle of the table.
And he does that nicely, runs it.
A little bit too fast.
A little bit too much weight. Got himself now in a tough situation on that 8 ball. Does he look to bank this or does he cut it?
50-50. Cut.
Not too much weight. Doesn't want to play this too hard. Nice touch, nice touch.
Beautiful.
Has he done enough? Beautifully done. Great weight. Now, where's the cue ball sit? 9 balls there for the taking. So this to take the game to back into a 7th frame. He gets the job done. Sullivan Clark leading Tone Ewan by 4 frames to 2 in the race to 6. Place in the final up for grabs.
What a great 8 ball that was. Yeah, that was a replay of the 9 ball. But the 8 ball was a shot that made him the game. Yeah, they haven't both got flowing yet. Even though that was a great run out by Tone.
So Sullivan Clark. It is the 7th frame. Clark leads by 4 frames to 2.
Another dry break. Yeah, big difference without the magic rake. They aren't guaranteed a ball.
Yeah, so magic rake, for people not familiar, it's almost like a piece of perspex plastic, very thin, that they tend to place underneath the balls when they're racking them, and that stays on the table. And it keeps them locked in. Very precise, but clearly there is an advantage with it, with the wing balls, which are the outside balls of the diamond that tend to disappear into the pockets. Take it away, and well, percentages of dry breaks increase considerably.
He's going to hide behind the 8 ball this time. Last time he tried this, he didn't get away with it.
Runs it down.
A bit too hard again.
Now does Sullivan Clark look to bank this?
No, you'll try and return the favour. Safety is the next best.
And does Midas touch?
Oh, way too soft.
I think he's got away with it though, hasn't he?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, squeeze past that 5 orange ball there.
We'll soon see. Okay, folks, it's on.
So I wonder if we can maybe get a shot from directly over the top of the shoulder and just have a look at what he's looking at.
There you go.
Oh, missed it, but it was on. Now, how did the chips fall here?
Got away with it.
Sullivan Clark. What does he do with that 4 ball? Does he look to play safety? Or does he look...
I think if it's not on, he'll have to kick at it. Yeah, come in behind there and kick it, and the white ball might be able to carry on through to the 4, pot the 4.
So, intriguing shot here, going top of the cue ball, so he's going to play through and look to try and put that 4 ball down with the cue ball, but the cue ball goes down and will be a foul, and it'll be Tone Ewan who will take the advantage back. Yep.
I think yeah, open table here. Nice start. Natural angle to get down towards the 3. Just got to watch out for the brown ball. Try and get in behind the brown ball. He doesn't want to kiss it. There you go, nice shot. Don't kiss that one either. Wow.
Yeah. So,
Nice
now play
safety.
safety. Yep, nicely done.
4-2, yep.
And just up that score for you. Just getting our referee, Stephen Leiter, come across and just change that up. So Sullivan Clark here surveying his options. Very, very intelligent player. Goes up the table, plays the 3 ball, brings it down, keeps the cue ball up the far end. Creates a nice bit of distance and separation. Good shot, Sullivan Clark, under circumstances. Big shot now in the context of this frame. Again, goes for the safety. And nice shot too from Ewan. Boy, that is very, very good from the situation that he found himself in. And so very much a defensive battle at the moment. Who will make the first mistake? Who will just leave that door slightly ajar and allow their opponent to walk through it?
He's starting to get the pace of the table now, Tone.
And cue ball goes down, but another solid attempt in a game situation from Sullivan Clark. He'll bank that and go on better for the experience. He's still got that 2-game buffer, which allows him, probably in the back of his mind, to take a few more calculated risks. And I put emphasis on calculated, but he's also a percentage player though. Now Newen looking to just run this into the top left pocket.
Perfect weight.
Yep, and then forward to the orange 5.
In and out, back off the rail. Wanted a little bit harder.
So looking at the layout of the 8 and 9, Jimmy, any concerns there?
Not at all.
No.
They line up. Once he gets them behind the 8, it's all over.
Yeah.
But this shot here, he's left himself a little bit too much angle. So he has to run down the table and then back up. The 9 strike ball might be in the way, but I think he just get past that.
Yes, as you mentioned, I think he's, don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but just starting to find his touch a little bit. Beautiful weight then, lovely weight. And that's probably what let him down earlier in those early frames, wasn't it? Just a little at times, a little aggressive and just not really getting a read on this table. And now he's just playing with soft hands, playing with a slightly more open stance, looks a lot more relaxed.
We'll put this frame here, will put pressure on Sullivan.
He looks to go long. Lovely, lovely little pot. That is superb.
Okay, you could see the 9 ball in the same pocket. Depends.
So 2 balls away from going to an 8th frame. And he runs it down nicely. Great weight. 9
Nice
ball he
touch.
shouldn't have too much difficulty with. This to take it to 4 games to 3. And Tone Ewan getting on a little bit of a run. And the ball goes down, and so we've got a bit of a momentum shift. And Tone Ewan starting to tighten the screws a little bit on Sullivan Clark, who still has his nose in front, but it is 4 frames to 3 in favour of Tone, in favour of Sullivan Clark, but Ewan coming back.
Yeah, starting to get the feel of the table. His pace has been very nice since he overrun that black that got him the 2nd frame. Okay, he goes back to the side of the table he prefers. He's been quite successful on the side of the table. There you go, and again. So Sullivan should copy him and go to that side as well. He ain't hitting it very hard either. So he's got good control of the white ball. He's got a shot at the 1. Can't see a safety being played off this shot. Well, there is one, but
8th frame between these 2 contrasting styles of players, but 2 players who have certainly paid their dues. Clark probably the more international experience, but Newen, he's been around a long time. He's played all the clubs and pubs you can imagine, and now looking to try and really put some pressure on Sullivan Clark. And
nice shot, nice start.
Sometimes the best thing you can do, Jimmy, when you come up against a player who's highly rated, who's ranked higher than you, is try and get ahead early, or try and put them in a little bit of a position of adversity and see how they deal with it.
Yes.
They often come in with an expectation they're going to win. I'm not sure Sullivan Clark's of that mindset, but often when you come up against a more favoured player, if you can get out early,
Or
you do start to, you can actually crack them.
Or just hang with him, you know, put that pressure on by just being close to him.
And he's staying in the game, isn't he? He's in
Yeah,
the
stay
contest.
in the game, yeah.
But he does just look like he's found his feel of this table a bit, Newen. We shouldn't underemphasise that. And there's the old commentator's curse again.
Okay, this is the chance here for Sullivan to pull out.
Now, I think the thing that's probably frustrating Sullivan is that he just hasn't been able to get into any rhythm because of the defensive play and because of the spread on the table. Just hasn't really been able to
That's right.
put some combinations together, get on a little bit of a run. He's been forced to sort of fight and counteract, and not a chance to play with any real fluidity. Is this the moment now for the man out of Sacred Heart who has a love of athletics? He's going to run 19k after this. Jimmy, you going to join him?
Oh, be lucky to get 2Ks out of
Well,
me,
you can
mate.
go in the car though. You can carry the
chase
bottles,
him,
bro.
Yeah, chase him down with the car.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, he's got a thin cut, so no control on the white ball. Let's probably try and get him between the black ball and brown ball as we look at it. Oh, the corner pocket's on. Yeah, that's the one to go for.
Nice shot, Sullivan Clark. Really nice shot. That is crisp. That is clean. Talk about getting some momentum. He's got a nice spread. He's got good separation between the 5 ball. It is the 5 ball, isn't it, Jimmy? Is
Yes,
it the
the
3
orange
red?
ball.
Sorry, it is the
Orange ball,
5 ball.
yep.
Sometimes
You're right.
they just look a little, colours on TV can just look a little out.
Nice draw shot here.
I still prefer the crimson stripe ball. Black and 8 ball, not the stripe brown these days. I don't know why they got rid of the crimson. Nicely done. And now he's got a little bit of work to do here.
Just get back to the middle of the table, make sure of the pot.
It's almost the default setting is if you're not sure what to do, get back to the middle of the table. And every sport has that sort of percentage rule, hasn't it? Where you go, look, if you know,
Beautiful.
if you're not sure in athletics what to do in training, jog. You'll always get an aerobic benefit.
He's got a funny angle here. He wants to go in behind the 8 and kick it towards the middle. A little bit of a risk.
Oh, nicely done.
Nice shot, he got behind it.
And now a real chance here. For Sullivan Clark. He makes the shot. Great weight, runs it, runs it, runs it. Lovely from Clark. Beautiful position. And so this pot to go to match point. And he bounces back from 2 consecutive frame defeats to now edge 1 step closer to a place in the summertime Sunday night shootout. He leads Tone Ewan by 5 frames to 3 in the race to 6.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there for Tony. He had the frame there for the take-in, but didn't take his opportunity.
I was out exercising this morning, Jimmy, about, I don't know, 7:30, out running out the back of Muriwai, out in the country roads. I thought of you, Jimmy.
Oh, beautiful. Did you?
Yeah, I was wondering what you might be doing, Jimmy.
What did you see on the side of the road? A chicken or dead chicken
No,
or
I
something?
just thought of you. I thought, I wonder what Jimmy's doing right now. What were you doing at 7:30, Jimmy?
7:30, probably sleeping, getting ready to come back. We had a late night last night. Got out of here at Oh, I didn't get home till 11.
Right, so that was preliminary play we're talking about, nothing to
Yes.
do with what happens
Yeah,
at the
and there
bar.
were some good shows yesterday. Young Sean Biggs, the 12-year-old, qualified.
Yeah, I like the look of him, young junior world champion. I really like the look of Biggs. I think he's
And
got a
Jack
big future.
Jack Biggs, I think you're talking about, but this young Sean Biggs,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Is it?
You know, he's-
Which one's the oldest? Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, Jack's the oldest.
Jack's the oldest. Yeah, boy, good player.
Yeah, he played well. He ended up, winning the plate. And also Sheridan, he got to the last 16. So all these juniors are starting to come through. Kieran, he also qualified. Alex also qualified.
Kieran Dempsey, Alexandra Andres.
Yeah,
Yep.
so they're all starting to come through.
Well, put it down to good coaching, Jimmy. Put it down to the professor. Now, big chance here. Let's just have a look at Sullivan Clark. Look at the mathematician that he is. And gets himself out. Now, let's have a look at where the cue ball is.
Oh, is he going to get a little bit lucky? No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
He does.
So, throws the
really-
table back over to Newen and says, right, see what you can do with this mess I've left you.
Hmm.
Man, I'm not sure. Has he got a chance here? Can he cut that green 6 in here?
No, I don't think so. I think he's in a bit of bother here.
Has he got any opportunity here to bank this?
Well, no, not at all either.
And
I
so
think-
safety is the only option.
Yes, so he wants to come back behind the...
And I present those scenarios because people at home will be just looking at that. They haven't played this, and they'd be...
Set the ball, yeah.
We'd be just looking at taking the television shot, the risk shot.
So he probably always going to look at touching it.
So he's
I
just
don't
going to...
like that. I don't like that.
Just going to... No, stands back. He's not happy. He likes it either. I think he might have heard you, Jimmy.
No. Have to be quiet. No, he's going to take it on. He's going to play his shot. Look at this weight. Not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Yeah.
But now, Sullivan Clark would have been sitting down. He would have had plenty of time to know how this shot was going to play out.
Yeah.
So he's had time to prepare for it.
Now he's going to pot the green ball. Just draw back into the green ball. Pot the green ball. Maybe double the yellow ball off the black as well. Draw back into the green ball is a shot. Try and stay on the yellow ball. He wants the yellow ball about there, I think, by the weight. He's going to hit it.
Boy, this just shot just looks... You're saying that he's going to pocket the green here by going off the one yellow. Is that what you're saying, Jimmy?
Yes.
So what does he need to do here? So look at just where that cue is. He's going high on the cue ball, not high. I'm not sure he can see it at the moment, Jimmy. Now it goes a little bit lower, angling down on that cue ball. Screw this back. And does it beautifully. Well picked, Jimmy. Brilliant shot, Sullivan Clark. Now, does he have a shot on the one ball?
I think so.
Does he look to pocket this, or does he look to play safety?
Of course, he's going to have a go. Well, they've been tight frames, haven't they?
I have.
You know, they haven't been open frames.
No,
where it's
I was just
breaking
saying
clear.
it, and I think that's been the problem for both of them, is there's just none of them have really got up and been able to have a decent run at the table, have they? Get any sort of continuity in what they're doing.
The thing is, have we seen a breaking clear today?
Yeah, never really looked on, did it? And it was a somewhat of an ambitious shot, but
I think he's got away with it.
yeah, he's now,
Second prize.
so he's got himself snookered Newen. Of course, if this was any other game, he'd have to nominate the pocket that he was going for, which...
I think the jump cue might come out.
Does he go off the rail here, off the top rail?
Yeah.
Put some spin on it and bring it back.
That's the one mark. You're picking the game up well. Look at that. Oh, not enough spin.
Just missed it though, didn't he? Oh, when you sit next to the professor, the great academic, when it comes to this game, you do occasionally pick up something, Jimmy. I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, mate, but you break it down nicely.
Okay, the one ball, sit on the rail. Will be the best angle when you put the two ball, you can come out for the three. Beautiful angle. Okay, the four is going to be the trick to this winning of the frame. It's a good angle here to get from the three back to the four. Wants to be dead straight on the three.
He runs it nicely. Great weight from Sullivan Clark.
Pretty good. Looks pretty good. Where the white ball is now. Wants it a little bit further back. Do a deep screw off two rails if you wanted to.
And
there you go.
Does. As Jimmy says.
Make sure the pot is still going to have the 9 to deal with to get to the 7 ball, but beautiful shot. Look at that inside spin too. He had a little bit of left hand spin to make the white ball head towards the 5 ball. Not very many people would play that shot.
I think it just shows the maturity though and the confidence that we're starting to see from Sullivan Clark now. I think he's sort of got himself into that mindset. I think I deserve to be here. I think I'm entitled to play the shot. And it's a big shift in any player's thinking.
Beautiful angle, perfect. Just has to put the 7, then the 8 towards the 9's easy. One good pot here will win him the game.
It's 1.
There you go. There you go, folks. Okay, looks like a Sullivan Clark Mark Deutscher final, as we've seen many times before.
Yep, 208, and just comes up, great weight. Now the 9 ball to finish this and to take this semi-final out by 6 frames to 3 over Tone Ewan. So sit back, folks, should be just fundamentals now. He gets the job done, and just like that, it will be Sullivan Clark who will move his way through to another final of the summertime Sunday night shootout, getting up over the very impressive and very talented Tone Ewan. Lovely to have him in the semi-finals. So to Sullivan Clark, who runs out winners by 6 frames to 3. Don't go away, folks, because shortly we'll bring you live coverage of the summertime Sunday night shootout here from the Masse Club in Pukekohe. It is Sullivan Clark up against the gunslinger from Eindhoven, Marco Teuscher. Very good afternoon from wherever you are around the country, tuning in to watch this final of the Summertime Sunday Night Shootout here at the Masse Club in Pukekohe. So it started yesterday with a large field of contestants. We are now down to 2. The man they simply call the gunslinger from Eindhoven, Marco Toysha, taking on Sullivan Clark, the 2 form players in this country, once again in another final. Joining me in commentary is the man they call the Professor, Jimmy Henry, as we do have a look at Sullivan Clark. It will be Marco Toysha who won the lag and therefore will break first.
Yeah, another final between these 2 great players. Not good players, they're both great.
Yeah, so Toysha with the dry break, so early advantage goes the way of Sullivan Clark, but he's got that 1 ball. Does he have a line of sight? Because he has the 8 ball precariously between the cue ball and the object ball.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Sullivan does here.
I was just watching the lag earlier in terms of seeing who breaks first. I reckon it's the one area of the game where I reckon out of 10 I might win 3 against the best player in the world.
I reckon.
Yeah.
Be tough to beat them at that as well. Yeah, this game is
maybe 1
all
out of 10.
about.
Can I take 1 out of 10?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, 1 out of 10.
Yeah,
Okay,
should
Jimmy, I might have been a bit ambitious with 3 out of 10.
Yeah, these guys are professionals and they know the weight, how to, play a full table and sit right on the rail. Every shot of theirs is depending on weight. This whole game is based around how hard you hit the ball.
So first to 6 frames will take the final. Both players got big international plans coming up. Sullivan Clark leaves the country, I think, on Wednesday, both heading up to Poland, playing the World 9-Ball Championship. We will have Marco Toysha will spend a week up in Taiwan. Bit of a training camp up there.
Okay, it's called a push out. Okay, so here you go. You take this on. If you miss, I'm going to finish you off.
It's very interesting, isn't it, that really through the last of the semi-finals between Tone Ewan and Sullivan Clark, a very defensive semi-final, very strategic, and already early on we're sort of starting to see a similar blueprint. Let's hope that it can open up and that we can see a couple of players maybe run a rack. Have we seen anyone run a rack today on the live
No,
stream?
I don't think so. Marco might have done one, but I'm not too sure. I don't think so. I don't think anybody's run a rack today.
Missed the cart shot, and so advantage goes back the way of Sullivan Clark. So, but I do sense that Clark is going to have to run a rack here. I think that he's got the early advantage. When you look at the spread on the table here, what offers you any real difficulty? Nothing obvious from my end, but then I'm not the Professor, Jimmy.
Yeah, so what he has to do here is get good position on this 2 ball and then get the position on the 3 to get to the 4. If he can do that, he's going to win this frame. That's beautiful. Okay, so he's got a bit of trouble here because he's going to run into that red ball. So how do you put the red ball in the right spot to get to the purple ball?
Yeah, and he'll be aware of that too. So I think he's just going to pull it back, isn't he? He's going to pull it a long way back here. Goes low on the cue ball and does touch, as you said, Jimmy.
Wow.
He's going to run himself into the red ball.
So that angle there will only give him the position to get behind the green ball on the short side of this purple ball. Can't see him getting around the table unless he plays 3 rails. Goes right around the table, so he's going to end up here.
I'm going to go around the world, people.
Around the world or screw back past the middle pocket, back out for the 4. Yep, screw back.
So let's have a look at what he does here. Key shot in this first frame right now. Can he pull it off? Sinks the ball, brings it back, Hard enough.
Yeah.
Can he sneak across the other side? He can. So Sullivan Clark doing everything asked of him in a pretty difficult situation, but still work to do.
A little bit harder would have been perfect.
Work to do.
one good shot here. Get to that 5 or win in the game. Nice weight. Beautiful weight. Perfect. This is it. That's game ball, I'd say.
Now it's basic fundamentals. And this is where it comes down to the top 2 inches. It's all there. Laid out on a plate. Can he clear the plate?
Still think Marco's a few matches ahead on Sullivan.
It's there now. A little bit of weight. Too much weight, is it? Too much weight.
Just a little bit too much. You want to be a little bit straighter on this one.
So some work still to do here for Sullivan Clark, but a player of his quality shouldn't have too much difficulty playing himself out of this.
Black in the same pocket. Look at that touch.
Yep, beautifully done, and that's what we talk about. Absolute quality. And now
Just draw it back to the rail. The rail is his ruler.
and he does just bring it back to the rail, as Jimmy says. He won't kiss the rail. Straight line now. This for Sullivan Clark to jump out to a 1 frame to nothing early in this summertime Sunday night shootout from the Masse club in Pukekohe. And just like that, Sullivan Clark does take the first frame. And a very, very good performance indeed.
That was pitch perfect. Okay, so Sullivan gave Marco that shot and said, here, you take it on, otherwise I'll have a go. Stephen Lai, professional referee, all the way from Malaysia. Great to get him on board.
Yeah, nice guy too. Lovely gentleman, got a great manner about him, puts the players at ease, very precise, and you sort of sit there at times and you think, well, really, what are they here for? But it's, you know, they're there for those key moments, which often don't happen necessarily that often, but when they do, absolutely require the greatest level of adjudication. It's a bit like an insurance policy. You're hoping you don't need them, but you're pleased you've got them when you do. It's quite a good analogy, isn't it, Jimmy?
Yeah,
You can
need
take
them.
that one, eh?
Okay, Sullivan's still electing to take this side of the table.
Good jump on that, good follow through.
No luck. Okay, Marco,
Cue ball goes down.
show me how you're going to get to that 5 ball.
So that's just how quickly Jimmy reads the table, so you can imagine. So we're not even thinking about the ball 1, ball 2, ball 3, ball 4. Jimmy's automatically said, how do I get to the orange 5 ball? He's mapped the table already. He knows what the first shot is, he knows what the second shot is, but it's that 5th shot which is going to cause the problems. So he gets rid of 1 at the moment. And Toshi will have a good idea in his head. He'll be angling that cue ball, he'll be controlling it. He might have to play a little unorthodox at some point.
It's beautiful. Doesn't want to be too straight.
Might
Boy,
just
doesn't
be-
want that Chinese snooker.
Of course, with the Chinese snooker, when you've got to play high over the top of that brown 7, of course, you just lose control, don't you, in terms of what spin you can put on the cue ball.
Exactly, yeah.
You can't go low on it.
Yeah. He's going to use the rail first, or bit of a shake of the head. Rail first. Just softly with a lot of spin to take it to the middle of the table. Right to the middle, perfect. That's good. So I can see how he's going to get to the 5 now. The 5 to the 6 is the key to this frame. He's got a good angle to get to the 6.
nicely done. Now,
Here we go.
the ball you talked about, Jimmy. He's knowing it, and his body language, his facial expressions says he's always known it. But a bit like Christian Cullen, the great All Black fullback, you talk to players, you know the side step's coming, but it doesn't necessarily mean you know how to stop it. Great player, wasn't he, Christian
Oh,
Cullen?
yeah, he was definitely one of the best fullbacks we've ever had. Great to watch. Okay, I think he's a little bit too straight here. If he drew back, he'll run into the 8. So let's see what he does. He is
He'll
going to
back
draw
himself.
back or spin across the table.
He'll back himself though, won't he? Such a
Get
quality
across
player.
the table. There you go. What a great shot.
Yeah,
That's
few-
the shot of the day.
Yeah, few players can play that, and that's why he's Marco Toisha, and that's why he set such a high standard in this country, because few people have the ability to play that shot. And the great man, and we look at the replay again,
Yeah, beautiful. Just done through the 8 and the 9. Great tangent line. Still not over yet. Draw the ball back a few feet. Or inches, I should say.
now looks to go down the table, just runs the rail, nicely done. And it's just to bring that cue ball away. And so, Toisha looking to try and return the favour on Sullivan Clark.
Beautiful.
You go through these guys, and have been playing this game since they were young, early in their teenage years, even young, and you just wonder how many balls they've potted in their career, how many balls they've hit. I suggest it's in the millions.
Great shot. Look at that position. Perfect. Okay,
And there it is. Yep, so Sullivan Clark and Marco Toisha tied up at 1 frame each in the race to 6 in this final of the Summertime Sunday Night Shootout.
Yeah, we've seen this before. Frame for frame. Well, what more can you say? Two of the best players in New Zealand. At it again. I'm just wondering, you know, when that fourth and those, usually when you have a good field of players, there's usually about 6 or 8 of them. On the smaller tables, you've got about 20 of them that are the same. On these tables, you know, you only got about 4, a handful.
Yeah, but yeah, that's what we're trying to do here, isn't it? Build that depth so you can get up to those levels. There's Toisha now with the break. He won't want a dry break here. Master, just watch the cue ball and see if he brings it back into the middle of the table. It's a remarkable skill that he does have.
Yeah, beautiful, right back to the middle, but did he pot a ball? Wow.
No ball, no chance. Does he believe, though, that Sullivan Clark can play through here, run this rack?
Wow.
Let's have a look at that 1 ball, and then we look down the table to the 2, which is obscured at the moment by the brown 7. So does the 2 ball have a pocket, Jimmy?
No, well, it does have a pocket, but the 3 ball doesn't. So, you know, there's a couple of hard balls to get out. You might see a safety here. The white ball right up against the 7 ball, maybe. No, I don't think that shot's on. Yeah, just my personal opinion is that, you know, these two players are just another level ahead of all the rest of them.
Well, they've got to that level where, haven't they, where they've just found that consistency and they've found that ability to be able to pot their way out of trouble.
Yep.
And still find a way of staying at the table, or if they're not staying at the table, knowing that they're going to get themselves back on the table. It's not just about one television shot, it's
Yes.
a continuity of them. And doesn't quite pull that off, Toisha, but really smart because he played safety at the same time.
Two-way shot.
Yep. Gets away with the safety and throws it straight back to Sullivan Clark, who I think might go for his jump cue here, does he?
Yep. And when I do look at these two players, you know, I've seen them over the last couple of years, and the only difference is that they put in the time. They put in quality time.
Yeah, I always say that. It's one thing training, but you've actually got to have a purpose behind every training session. What am I trying to get out of today? You know, look, and it might be just time at the table. That might be saying, hey, I just want to have time at the table. It might be, well, I need to, you know, be able to clear a rack 1 out of every 3 frames that I set up.
The thing is that you know you wanna, well, you need to do it.
Yeah, just lost his touch. Was it more of a defensive shot? Was he trying to pot that, Jimmy?
No, I think it was again playing for safety.
Yeah, I was going to say, boy, that would be very uncharacteristic from Toisha if in fact that was a genuine intent to pocket that, because he missed it by an absolute mile, which then immediately said, no, Mark, this is Marco Toisha. That was deliberate.
Yeah, I think he was trying to hide behind the fall, but he got the wrong angle off the side rail. He would never have tried to pot that with the 3 in that position.
And Sullivan Clark.
Yeah, what's he going to come up with? Is that 2 near the 3?
And he
Oh,
runs
look
it,
at this,
runs
look at
it,
this.
runs it, runs it.
Little bit
Nicely
too hard.
done, but
Too
he's
hard.
opened the door here for Toisha. I think Toisha can get past that 8 ball. He'll have a look at it now.
No.
Nope. Going to come to the jump cue. He's going to jump this bad boy. He's a master 2 of the jump cue. Do not be surprised if this doesn't go down. He knows how to play the box office shots. He knows how to play the TV shots. High on the cue ball. And makes connection. Not happy at all. Not happy at all. Not the outcome that he wanted, because now 2 ballers for the taking. But we still come back to that 3 ball, which currently does not have a pocket. What does he do with the 3, Jimmy?
No, he'll just probably elect to play safety here, because there's no advantage in potting it. The only advantage would be to Marco, because he'll have to hit the 3 and get it out of there.
And we talk about Sullivan Clark. He's a percentage guy. He's a smart player. He won't risk too much.
Yep, he's elected to go safe. Got a big safety battle here, only because the 3 is tied up. Nice shot by Marco, nice weight. Yeah, going back to the, you were saying that over the Philippines, they don't have much, much to offer. Like in, how would I say it?
Well, the standard of living, there can be a big
Yes.
difference, isn't there, between, let's say, the higher socioeconomic and the lower socioeconomic. And there can be a fair amount of poverty in parts of the world,
yes.
and so therefore there is a lot of incentive to work hard, play hard, and
Yes, and that's what Ephraim Reyes did. He got brought up sleeping under a pool table. Wake up and just play pool, and he become world champion a couple of times, and just out of pool. And that's because he didn't really own anything at that time.
yeah, and that's what you're coming up against. You think that your life's tough, and then you see what other people have gone through, and you wonder why they're as hard as they are. As we now see Sullivan Clark with just a deft touch, lovely little cut shot now, brings himself back in. What's he done here with the 3? Not quite enough weight on it. So, another decision-making opportunity here for Sullivan Clark. Does he look to try and bank this?
Okay, this has to be a good safety shot here.
So he's going to play safety. See, I just look to try and bank it into the opposite pocket, Jimmy, and be like most New Zealanders. But
And that's what I was telling you, you're going to double this 3 out. And
look at that though, almost puts it
Yeah.
down. It's opened the door now for Toysha. So a gutsy and courageous shot, but it hasn't come off. And now Marco Toysha, he's got no problem getting to the 4. And then he's get himself down now to the 5. And then from there, shouldn't be too much difficulty.
yeah, got a good angle to slide past the green ball. Come out into the open, middle ball, middle of the table.
High on the cue ball, you can just see that. And he does,
Yep.
just brings it out nicely. Beautiful weight from Toysha. So he's got a good line here. And then just bring that cue ball back into the middle of the table and see what he does here. And he does, look at that, superb. And you sense from here that Marco Toysha shouldn't have too much difficulty in running through the remainder of this rack and going to a 2-frame to 1-0 lead, but I've seen even the greats make fundamental errors at key times.
It's a nice drawback to the middle of the table.
There's not a lot in it, is there?
No,
No
he's
blinks
gonna-
first.
This ball really good.
Going low on the cue ball, so draw this back.
Beautiful. Perfectly into line.
And the Dutch master moves to a 2-frame to 1 lead over Sullivan Clark in the race to 6 in this final of the Summertime Sunday Night Shootout, live from the Masse Club in Pukekohe.
Nice 9 ball. Played it with authority. That's how you pot those balls. You don't just roll them in. You play them with authority. That frame there was handed to Marco. Handed. Don't know why, you could have just run up and touched it.
Yeah, and saying that, it wasn't much from going down, was it?
Yeah, but even if it went down, he didn't have a shot at the 4. So,
Yeah,
weird sort of shot to play, but
because we have talked to the fact that he is very much a percentage player. He's not a gambler, is he? He
No.
doesn't generally, he plays the
No.
percentages. He's,
yeah.
I keep saying it, Las Vegas wasn't built on winners.
Well, folks, it's got a ball. If he can bank this one ball, he's got a good chance of having the rack, running the rack.
Missed it. Missed it. Now.
Might get lucky. Might get lucky.
Look.
It straightened up quite a bit.
So, Marco Toysha, Sullivan Clark, two of the very best. Titanic tussle. Neither player giving an inch at the moment. Toysha at the table. Looking to try and play a shot and looking to bring that across. Oh, that's a great shot if it was intentional. That is a stunning shot.
That was an unlucky kiss too.
Yeah.
Even though that 5's still on.
Boy, that is just... Let's have a look at this, Jimmy.
Yeah, what a nice double.
Look at that. Wow.
Bank across the table.
Yeah, superb. I mean, we can criticise maybe the cue ball placement, but just the purist, just people at home, what a shot.
Hide behind the red ball, I'd say. Double it back down the table. Now I think he's going to have a go at it. Double back down the table and try and hide in behind the red ball was the shot. Still pretty good.
Yeah, good shot because he's got real separation.
Yes.
There's no real hole in his pocket there for the two.
No.
So it's now up to Sullivan Clark. I think he's just waiting for Clark to make the mistake before pouncing. And Clark will be hoping for a moment of genius to try and shift the momentum. And at the moment it's firmly with Toysha.
Tough shot to get out of here. What a great kick shot.
He almost pockets it too along the way and leaves that cue ball precariously stuck almost on the corner at the top. But Marco Toysha, opportunity now, but not an easy one.
Well, whoever puts the 3-ball wins.
You've heard it first here from the man they call the Professor, Jimmy Henry.
Let's go in the middle. Nice shot. Whoever puts that 3-ball wins. Wow.
Well, I still think Toysha's capable of potting it from here. It's just whether that cue ball, if there is any particular, and you can tell me this, Jimmy, potting it, what are the dangers here? Does it make a difference where the cue ball goes? Are the balls down this far end of the table set up so that the cue ball needs to be in a certain position off the shot, or will it pretty much anywhere be okay?
No, he has to get to the other side of the 4-ball. This shot here looks like...
These are the shots that he's going to have to play at the World Championship. So
Wow, what a nice shot.
And look at that, he does get himself on the
Perfect.
other side.
Watch
Has he got too
out,
much,
watch
too
out.
much? Has he
Wow.
snookered himself? He's snookered himself. Jump cue will come out, surely.
That's unbelievable.
He is going to bank himself here. He's going to back himself to pocket this, though.
Of course.
He's
Yeah.
very, very good with the jump cue. And it's just a television shot.
Never read about the white ending up there. Yeah, he's definitely going to pot this.
And he
There
does
you
pot
go.
it.
Wow, and another bloody.
He's got an opportunity though. If he can get that cue ball back up for the plant, doesn't he? On that 9 ball, he might not have a choice.
Yeah, I think it could be on, but it doesn't look like it's on. Look at that, folks.
It's amazing how quickly it can change, isn't it, Jimmy? There were a few scenarios which really would have affected the balls after sinking the 3, as you alluded to. But the scenarios that were such a small percentage chance of happening have actually played out. And now it's still anybody's frame, even though Toish is at the table.
Yeah, I think that 8 ball might be still on. 9 ball, I'd say. 9 ball might be still on. So what he's looking here for here is to have an angle on the 7 so he runs into that 8. It's the right angle. You can pot the 7 and run into the 8.
That's one.
That's a beautiful angle. That's pretty good.
And now Marco Toish doesn't look that happy though, the body language.
No, it looks like it's a little bit too high.
He realises that while he looks like he's in control,
Yeah, it looks like that plant's on, but maybe not.
maybe he just loses control. If anybody though can pull it off, it's this man here.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, that shot right there, Marco. I think that's on. Touch the 7 in and take that shot you're looking at there. Soft touch.
Nicely positioned now for the plant. This for the frame, or this to give Sullivan Clark the frame you would suggest. Weight here important. More importantly, the deft touch. Look at him. Boy, it'd be a tough shot off the 30-second shot clock, wouldn't it, Jimmy?
Definitely, yeah.
So this to go to a 3
There
frame
you
to
go.
1, and he does do it. So he gets himself, he acknowledges that to Sullivan Clark that almost apologises for it, but does get the job done, and so it'll be Toisha who jumps out to a 3 frames to 1 lead in the race to 7. So now a 2-game buffer. But you talked about the difference between Clark and Toisha and the gap they probably have over the rest of the country, and I think that was a great example of it, that ability to just dig yourself out of a really, really deep hole under pressure.
Yep, definitely, yeah. They got all those shots to get them out of trouble as well. Okay, you don't want to really give Marco a cushion. Otherwise he goes to another level as well.
So, certainly lost the 5 ball. What else do we lose there, Jimmy?
The 7 ball.
And the brown 7.
Okay, one good plant here.
Yeah, it looks like a good spread on the table, doesn't it? It does
Yeah.
make a difference when you lose 2 suddenly, and you've got 1, 2, 4 at the top end of the table, but playing safety in the finish, which is an interesting option, but
Yeah, more percentage player.
Sullivan Clark, he just really hasn't been allowed to settle, has he, since taking that 2nd frame. Nicely played.
Nice shot.
Doesn't get away with the snooker, but still a very difficult shot for Toisha now.
Might be able to bank the 9 here.
So that 9 sitting down The bottom end of the table, camera angle you're looking at the moment is from the end that Marco's playing at, is the top end of the table.
Yeah, okay. So he's going right for the pot here, Mark. Straight down the end. Practices these shots quite a bit.
Yeah, tough shot though. We've all tried these. Just the
Not for
slightest
Marco,
of
not
angles,
for
runs
Marco.
that down
Ooh.
and just misses it, kisses the corners. And now, opportunity, door well and truly open for Sullivan Clark.
Yeah, still a bit of work to do. 2 to the 3 is a little bit tricky, but once he gets there, he should be okay. He's got to watch out for the 4. Doesn't snooker himself on the purple ball.
Comes in, nice touch, brings it back up, enough weight, won't snooker himself. But just gives you an idea of how fast those tables do run too,
Wow.
because he barely touched that.
Be interesting to see how he gets on this red ball. With the white ball up against the cushion, he's got he can't play under the white.
So does he even look to play safety here, Jimmy?
No, definitely not.
No, going to go for it.
Yeah, probably end up near the middle pocket. Look how he's jacking up to get underneath the white ball. So it swings down the table, but that purple ball could be in the way.
You're hearing the professor bringing the analysis,
Oh,
gets
what
round
a
the
great
purple
shot.
ball, brings
Yeah.
it down. How much weight? Has he got enough on it? Brings it back. Great shot, Sullivan Clark. Advantage goes the way of Clark.
Beautiful shot. Especially to jack up like that and get under the white ball. Middle of the table, 2 rails.
And runs it down. Lovely.
But too hard. It's okay.
Missed it.
Uh-oh.
Missed it.
Wow.
Well, that is uncharacteristic. That is a shot he should have made, and that, you sense, now well and truly puts Toysha in the winner's box. 4 frames to 1 will be psychologically a bit of damage, whether you admit it or not. And now 3 balls away, possibly 2 shots away from wrapping up this 5th frame and to take a 4 frame to 1 lead. He has asked now for the jigger.
Yeah, he's on quite a tough angle here to get to the 8 ball, so he's going to just draw it straight down the table. Deep screw. Use the side rail.
Yeah, using the old moose head. We've renamed it the Caribou after the reindeer. Sticking with the Christmas spirit.
Nice shot. That's the best he could do. Got a good shot at it.
Yeah, I don't think he's that happy with it though.
Yeah, but, well, that's a good position, that, considering
So
what angle he had.
still an opportunity here for Sullivan Clark. High percentage degree of difficulty for Toysha, but one a player of this ilk and quality should make. He governs and surveys his options and his angles and sets himself like a gunslinger. He pockets it beautifully and shouldn't have too much difficulty with the 9. There's some distance between himself and that object ball, but Marco Toysha out this to go to 4 frames to 1 over Sullivan Clark. Sullivan Clark had his chance, unforced error, costing him arguably this frame. And he puts it down, and just like that, 4 frames to 1 in the race to 6. 3 frame buffer. Toysha over Clark.
Yeah, uncharacteristic mistake there by Sullivan. Especially putting a bit of inside English on it for the white ball to get to where it landed. It's part of the problem. since he's been in New Zealand. He has been probably the best player in this, form of
Yeah.
Q sports.
I mean, we go back, and you go back to the great Clark McConaughey, and there's been a few other very fine billiards players, and I think McConaughey actually reached the finals of the World Snooker Championships back in his day, and then back to the 80s and 90s of the great Dean O'Kane, and suggests we've been a little bit in the wilderness, and now with the emergence of 9-ball and I guess the American form of Q sports really starting to take hold here. Marco Toisha certainly the best we've seen in a long time, and now Sullivan Clark, genuine New Zealand talent.
Wow, what a good break too.
Trying to close the gap, and off that break, not good for Clark. Did everything right other than the fact he put the cue ball down, so advantage well and truly goes the way of Marco Toisha here. Any difficulties here, mate?
Not at all, mate. Even you could run this rate.
Oh, I think I'd be confusing ability with ambition. I said I could maybe win a lag and that'd be it. You're very good to me though, Jimmy.
No, I'm telling you, mate. Stevie Wonder could even run this rate.
Runs that down.
Beautiful position. Look at that.
And so Toisha comes the side of the 5-ball, the orange ball.
Perfect. Okay, so he can overhit this, get right up the top of the table.
Going low on the cue ball, so he's going to draw this back. And there you go, just draws the cue ball back and does it with such precision. He's not that happy with it, looking at his facial expressions, but he's a perfectionist.
Stun it down towards the 9-ball. Perfect.
And there's one, and now it just comes the side of the cue ball, of the 9-ball I should say, and now this to go to match point. Go to a 5-frame-to-1 lead.
Geez, we might have to make it a race to 3 to beat this guy and get Alex to play him.
Absolutely. Yeah, well that's the thing, is any time you shorten a game up, there's always a chance of upsets.
Yep.
Longer a game goes, class comes through, you often see that in Test cricket versus T20 cricket. T20 cricket, I think any side's got a much higher chance. If you're not such a good side, you get a much higher chance of beating a better side than you have, say, in Test cricket. 1 or 2 players can take it away from you, and so now it is 5 frames to 1. And what is running through the mind here of Sullivan Clark? You'll know that he had his opportunity, and that's what he'll be wanting to work on this year, just being able to finish them off, just being able to take those opportunities and get the job done at key times.
Can you ever overtrain?
Yes, you can. You can overtrain. Yep, you can overtrain in anything. And look, it's about overtraining. It's about being able to identify it. And I'll keep saying it, sometimes by taking a day off, you can actually get faster, not slower. And by actually maybe taking 2 days off, sometimes all the hard work you've put in, you just end up absorbing, and you come back and you're brilliant. But yeah, you can overthink, you can overtrain, you can do too much. I think that's in any sport. But it's overtraining is actually. But the positive is it's a great sign of work ethic, isn't it?
Yep.
And passion. But you've got to be able to control that at times. And 3's definitely gone down.
Look at that, and he's got a shot at the 1.
The 1. Has he not got a shot, or he has got a shot?
So look now, we will
I
tell.
think he's going to have to go across the table, isn't he, here? He's going to jump it.
So it's not on.
He's going to screw it, is he?
No, he's going to jump it. Just a little hop over that side of the 5-ball.
Oh, almost pulled it off too. Didn't quite. So door of opportunity now opens for Sullivan Clark. It's an interesting one when you're so passionate about something, you've got such a work ethic, and sometimes you take a day off, you don't feel like you're doing that much, and it's sort of, you hear about, you know, my wife will have to mention I'm having a bit of a bad hair day, and you sort of feel like, yeah, I don't know, you just feel like you're falling apart because you're not doing anything, and you feel like suddenly you're piling the weight on, and you actually, hey, hang on a minute, pull back. You know, there will be tomorrow, put your feet up, relax, go do something else, and that's actually the discipline. The discipline, that's actually part of training. The problem is you get a lot of athletes who don't actually do the work ethic to deserve the day off and just enjoy having a day off. Going top. Oh, nice, gets out of it. Now, what's he done here? What's he done here? Yeah, so enough weight there on that cue ball. So he's done himself pretty well here. Is there a pocket though, that one ball middle pocket?
No, I don't think it's on. Not even the double, he can't even bank it to the opposite middle pocket.
Could he cut it down here, but with the chance of the in-off?
No, I don't think he could do that either. Safety is the key. Double that one ball in behind the 9 and the 6. We'll get the white ball in behind the 2 and black. No, I think that 5's in the way to do that either. Either way, he has to come up with some sort of safety. Draw it back behind the 8 ball.
Has he done enough?
Wow, look at that. He doubled it.
Double goes down for Sullivan Clark. So, showing his quality, showing his class. Don't kid yourself, folks. That was very, very deliberate.
Look at that.
Very deliberate. That was not what we at home would call a fluke. That was very much a real intention. So, intriguing contest. Sullivan Clark in the fight of his life must win this frame to stay in this final.
Well, what a shot left-handed.
Now,
Hang on, hold up, hold up, hold up. Oh no.
yeah, on the wrong side of that.
He is.
So 4 ball is the object ball. Oh, missed it well and truly too. Has he got himself, has he picked up second prize?
Wow, he did.
He has. I'm not sure that was intentional.
No, definitely not. And I think that one shot there could change the whole game.
But you are talking to the man from Rijnhoven, the Dutch master, and he misses it.
Don't kiss the 8.
And suddenly, opportunity opens. So, a little bit of luck going the way of Sullivan Clark. Can he capitalise? Can he win the frame? Seven, 8. Going to come back up 4. Three balls away from taking it to an 8th frame.
Okay, this could be it.
2 balls away.
Another left-handed shot. These players these days, mate, they don't use the jigger if they can help it.
Yeah, now brings it up.
Perfect.
And so here it is. This to win the summertime Sunday night shootout. And just like that, the gunslinger from Ironhaven, the great Marco Toisha, wins yet another one over Sullivan Clark, running out by 6 frames to 1 in the summertime Sunday night shootout. And once again, he adds another title to his ever impressive, ever growing CV of victories, whether it be here in New Zealand, around the world. He continues to set the standard, but I'm not sure that the frame score necessarily reflected the closeness of this match and the quality of Sullivan Clark.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Great game. Hard guy to beat. You have to be on your, on your best behaviour to beat him.
Yeah, and just a couple of shots the other way, and very much Sullivan Clark, we could still be sitting here at 4-3, 4-all, and that just shows the fine margins, and that I think is really the goal this year, isn't it, for Sullivan Clark? Not just to be the man one day or 2 days, but be the man every day. Yes, and that's what he's striving for.
Yep, and that time will come.
Yep. Well, on behalf of myself and the team at Masse here in Pukekohe, the Professor Jimmy Henry, it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure bringing you coverage of the final of the summertime Sunday night shootout. Again, congratulations to the Dutch master, the gunslinger from Eindhoven, Marco Toisha.
Thank you, Mark.
Result.